Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 8th round of European Women's Chess Championship. Here today with you, I will be a host with my two computers, but also after some time, my dear colleague Valerie will come to join us. Let's go full screen to the playing venue and to see what's happening there, as we expect some special guests today. Okay, we can see we have a very special guest today in the venue of European Women's Chess Championship, Minister of Sport of Georgia, Mr. Shalva Gogoladze. And he is accompanied by the President of European Chess Union, Mr. Zurab Azmaiparashvili, and the President of the Georgian Chess Federation, Mr. Akaki Yashvili. And I'm not sure if we missed first move, as it should be played by the Minister of Sport of Georgia, or we are just waiting. We can see that they started their games. Oh, it's pity. I think that we missed that moment, but what to do? We see that players started their games. As I mentioned, today's 9th round. We have special guests. We have one more Minister of Sport of Georgia, Mr. Shalva Gogoladze, and here is President of European Chess Union, Mr. Zurab Azmaiparashvili, and the President of Georgian Chess Federation, Mr. Akaki Yashvili. Same thing, Irakli just a second. Dolaberidze, Deputy Minister of Sport of Georgia, is today with us in the playing venue. I want to remind you that this event has 165 players, and they are coming from 32 European federations. Tournament will be played in 11 rounds. Today we will follow 9. It passed so fast. Swiss system with the time control until the end of the event. Has a of 60,000 euros, and not just that first 3 places are important at this tournament, but also 10 of first places will qualify for the next FIDE Women's World Chess Cup. Playing venue is very beautiful. There is nothing better than when you have a lot of space on the left or right side, and when you sit over the board, so you can just have your score sheet, if you drink something or whatever, on the table or desk where you play the game. I guess today's round will also start slowly. We will follow today's round, and we will start soon. We can see Bella Khotenashvili playing against Irina Bulmaga. Irina Bulmaga had a really tough start of the tournament, and I'm somehow happy to see Irina playing at top boards this round, as her beginning of this tournament wasn't so promising. Let's see what Irina did so far. So Irina has 5.5 points. She lost first game against Polyakova Varvara, who actually played very good tournament, and then she had like 3 out of 3, and then she lost 2 games in a row. Then she won at the 6th round, and then once again she lost 2 games in a row. I think it's time just to start with games and to check what is happening. At the first board we have the game Eileen Roberts against Sabrina Vega. And let's go from the beginning to see actually how it started. We can see that it was Sicilian defense, knight f3, g6. Okay, g6 is one of possible options. There is move knight c6, e6, d6, I mean, there are a lot of options, but Sabrina decided to go with the move g6 today. d4, c takes d4, knight d4, knight c6, c4, bishop g7, bishop e3, queen b6. And this is the moment where it starts to be maybe a bit tricky, as the pawn on b2 is under attack, but also the knight on d4 is under attack. So white has to respond with the move, and it should be probably the move which will save a pawn on b2. There is option for move. Let's see first what Elin played. So after queen b6, actually, she's still thinking. She's still thinking. I'm not sure that if she's surprised with the opening and the choice of Vega to play this concrete variation, but as we see, she's still thinking how to continue. Moves which we can expect here, for example, knight b3 would be very interesting option, as queen on b6 would be under attack. So black has to react by moving the queen to d8, either to c7. The other interesting option is actually the move knight b5, which looks a bit more active, and still there is the same threat of bishop b6. So of course black is forced to move the queen, and then there are a few options, but it seems like the best option is queen a5 check, and then actually this knight from b5 should come to c3. So Elin is still thinking or not? We will check. Yes, she is still thinking. Let's just go to another game. Let's check what is happening on the second board. Actually, before we continue with our games, we will make a very short break, as we are expecting very special guests to our studio. So give us just 1 minute or few minutes, and we will be back.
მოგესალმებით უხასო მაყურებლებო ბათუმის ხალხთა ევროპის ჩემპიონატიდან, სადაც 32 ქვეყნის 165 მოჭადრაკე არის წარმოდგენილი და დღეს ჩვენ გვყავს განსაკუთრებული სტუმარი, სპორტის მინისტრი ბატონი შალვა გოგოლაძე. ბატონო შალვა, მოგესალმებით.
მოგესალმებით ბატონო ვალერ, ჩემთვის უდიდესი პატივია ვეყოფებოდე ბათუმში ხალხთა ევროპის ჩემპიონატზე.
ძალიან საინტერესოა თქვენი აზრის მოსმენა უშუალოდ ტურნირის მიმდინარეობას როგორ შეაფასებდით და ზოგადად ჩვენს ქვეყანაში ჭადრაკის განვითარების კუთხით როგორი მდგომარეობა გვაქვს.
პირველ რიგში მინდა აღვნიშნო, რომ ხალხთა ინდივიდუალური ევროპის ჩემპიონატები 2000 წლიდან იწყებს და სასიხარულოა, რომ პირველი ევროპის ჩემპიონატი ქალაქ ბათუმში გაიმართა და ჩემთვის კიდევ ერთხელ აღვნიშნავ, რომ უდიდესი პატივია ვიმყოფებოდე ბათუმში ისევ ევროპის ჩემპიონატზე და თქვენ იცით, რომ ბოლო წლების განმავლობაში საქართველოს განსაკუთრებულ სპორტულ ხაბად იქცა, ვინაიდან ბევრი დიდი საერთაშორისო ტურნირები იქნა მიღებული და აღსანიშნავია, რომ ზუსტად ბათუმმა 2018 წელს უმასპინძლა საჭადრაკო ოლიმპიადას. მე მქონდა შესაძლებლობა მაშინაც როგორც მინისტრის მოადგილეს რანგში დავსწრებოდი ყოფილიყავ ისა ორგანიზაციო კომიტეტში და სასიხარულოა, რომ მაშინდელი ევროპის საჭადრაკო ოლიმპიადაც აღიარებული იქნა ერთ-ერთ ყველაზე საუკეთესო ჩატარებულად და დარწმუნებული ვარო წლევანდელი ევროპის ჩემპიონატიც ასეთივე ანალოგიურად მაღალი დონის იქნება. მე მქონდა შესაძლებლობა ევროპის ფედერაციის პრეზიდენტთან გასაუბრებაც, მათ შორის ევროპის ფედერაციის წარმომადგენელთან, სადაც აღინიშნა, რომ ერთ-ერთი საუკეთესო ევროპის ჩემპიონატი მიმდინარეობს დღესდღეობით ბათუმში და მინდა უსურვო თითოეულ მონაწილეს წარმატებული ასპარეზობა. კეთილი, მე პრინციპში მინდა ყველა მოჭადრაკეს უსურვო წარმატება ამ უშუალოდ ამ შეჯიბრებაზე, რადგან მე ვფიქრობ, რომ უშუალოდ ჭადრაკის კუთხით გამოვალ, მე ვფიქრობ, რომ თითოეული მოჭადრაკისთვის წარმატება არის ის, როდესაც თავის მაქსიმუმს შეძლებენ და შესაბამისად მე მინდა თქვენი მაქსიმუმის გამოვლენა გისურვოთ ყოველ კეთილ წამოწყებაში და დიდი მადლობა სტუმრობისთვის. მადლობთ.
welcome back, guys, to our studio. As you know, we had a very special guest today in our playing venue, but also here interview. My colleague Valerie did interview with the president of I'm sorry, we have someone on our doors. So, okay, now we can continue. So, a lot of very important people were today in our playing venue. We had president of ECU, Mr. Zurab Azmeiparashvili. We had Minister of Sport today here, and president of Georgian Chess Federation, Mr. Akaki. We had president of we had Irakli Dolaberidze, Deputy Minister of Sport, and what to say, if you are interested to see the interview which my colleague Valerie did with I'm sorry. Okay, it was a very intense first part of the round, so I'm just getting used to work here alone. We will continue with our games, and if you want to see interview, you can go to YouTube ECU Chess channel and to check all interviews we did so far. Now, the most important part is to go and to see what are players doing in the playing venue as round started, and let's start with the first board. On the first board, as we mentioned, Elin plays as white against Vega Gutierrez Sabrina. Both of players are playing a great tournament. Elin Roberts so far 6.5 out of 8, but even more important, Sabrina Vega has 7 points out of 8, and she's solo leader of the European Chess Championship of 2026. Let's see what happened in meantime. Let's go back to the start of this game and just to check what happened in meantime. So after the move knight b3, as we mentioned, the few options black had, and those options are to move the queen on d8, either to give a check, queen b4, it's also option, but queen d8 somehow looks like the most logical move. So Vega decided to go back queen d8, and I guess I'm not sure if this is offer of a draw, as we had this position, and Vega decided to play move queen b6, and after Elin decided to play move knight b3, and after the move queen d8, if Elin would play move knight d4, we would have same position which we had before Vega decided to play queen b6 move. But Elin at this point decided to play move queen d2 just to continue with development, and somehow maybe this is a sign that she just wants to play today to win the game and maybe to be a solo leader or leader of this tournament. Knight f6, attacking the pawn on e4, knight c3, d6, bishop e2, all logical moves. Development is very important in first part of the game. Knight g4. So knight g4 obviously wants to capture the bishop on e3, and this bishop, black square bishop, is very important piece in this type of position. So bishop g5, bishop has to go somewhere, as there are just, I would say, two options for white. Bishop f4, either bishop g5. Actually, there is option also for bishop g4, but if you want to continue with pair of bishops to play, in this case you will just remove the bishop from e3. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, a5. A5 move is the best move at this position, and it threatens at some point to come to A4. So there are a few options. One of options is A4 move at this position. The other option is, for example, also very interesting move, knight a4. But both moves are doing same thing. So with knight a4 and a4, we will block the pawn, and it's impossible for black to play a4. Knight on a4, actually, usually we want to try to skip playing with knights at the edge of the board, but actually at this concrete position, knight on a4 is a good piece. It controls b6 square, c5 square, maybe at some point also c5 will come, and then this pawn is well protected. I think that Elin she's still thinking how to respond. Yeah, this is the position. a5 was the last move at this game. Let's go to the second board to see what's happening there. Let's go from the beginning. Okay, again, Sicilian defense. So many Sicilian defenses at this tournament. Knight c3, knight c6, bishop b5. It's kind of unpleasant for black whenever white goes with bishop b5, but of course if you are well prepared, then you know what you are doing and nothing is so unpleasant. Knight d4 is just one of options here, and g6 is, for example, the other option. Of course, idea is to develop bishop here, and the main point here is if you will allow your opponent to play bishop c6 and to double the pawns here, for example, let's say b takes c6. So what's happening here? We have the position where black has these double pawns, and on the other hand, black has pair of bishops. White has just one bishop, which is enough to continue with the game and with very solid position, as giving pair of bishops actually is fine because of the pawn structure in black's position. Anastasia Hnatishin decided to play the move knight d4, which is also very good move. Here it's just you have to decide which type of position you want to play. So knight d4, knight f3, a6, bishop d3. Bishop d3 move is actually the best move here, although it doesn't look so logical as this bishop is still on c1, so we will need some time to develop this bishop. g6, knight d4, c takes d4, and then knight e2. Knight e2 is just a regular move which is expected. It's not so brilliant move. You have to do something with the knight, and you don't want to go back to b1, so knight e2 is like healthy move, which is also a tempo move. It attacks the pawn on d4, and after bishop g7, bishop c4, b5, bishop d5, rook b8, d3. And now we can say a few more things about the position. What I think is that Anastasia has very pleasant position. So, for example, there are a few options now for black, and one, maybe the most logical option, is to continue with the move e6, to try to remove this bishop from center, and to, after, for example, bishop b3, there are options. One of option is just to continue with development, to play the move knight e7, and then idea is to make a castle, at some point to push the pawn on a5. Position is solid for both players. It's just, I think it's pleasant for black because somehow we expect to have some problems and troubles from the early opening, but here I guess Anastasia is not worried about her development. Looking at the clock, we see that both players have 1 hour 18 minutes, which means that for some of moves they just spent some time. Still, it's just normal position, and we will see later what will happen. Third board, Mai Narva against Ulviyya Fataliyeva. Yesterday here in our studio, my guest for interview was Ulviyya. You can check the interview on ECU YouTube channel. Ulviyya so far, let's see. So Ulviyya has 6 out of 8, and actually the only game which she lost was in 6th round against Anastasia Khnatishin, the moment when Anastasia had 6 out of 6. So very solid tournament. And let's see, Mai Narva, did she? Yeah, exactly. It's very interesting. Both of players, Mai Narva and Ulviyya, they both lost the game against the same opponent, Anastasia Khnatishin. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of the game. Let's start from the beginning. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4, knight F6, D3, bishop E7. After D3, there are few options. One is bishop C5, one is bishop E7, and maybe A6 is also option. So Ulviyya decided to continue with bishop E7, castle, rook e1, just a slow game, slow start of the game. A4, always very useful move in order later to stop if A6 and B5 will come, but also to have this retreat square for the bishop on A2. So bishop E6, knight C3, knight B4. Bishop e6, white should decide to trade these bishops or just to ignore and maybe to continue with the move a5, as white is not afraid of bishop c4, d takes c4. This pawn structure is actually, doesn't matter that c pawns are doubled, but c pawn and e pawn controls very good this central square d5 square. As I mentioned, it's just matter of choice and which kind and type of position you prefer to play. So knight c3, knight b4, bishop e6, f takes e6, knight e2. And now I have a surprise. My colleague Valerian is back in the studio. He will continue. Thank you, Valerian, coming here. I had the small troubles without you. Now I really appreciate your company here, even more.
Me too. The studio, more than out of the studio.
Thank you very much.
So hello everybody, one more time. Hello, today we have round number 9, right? So we are almost in the end of the tournament, the most decisive part. So I'm pretty sure you already announced the leaders, right, of the tournament.
Well, we didn't as we started, then you had a guest, and then I wanted to go just through beginning of games, and we can say now, once when you are here, everything starts to be much easier. So just a second, let me.
Okay.
Okay. So we have. I mentioned actually that Vega Gutierrez Sabina is the leader of this tournament with 7 points out of 8. Now 9th round is in progress. And then we have just 2 players with 6.5, Khnatishin Anastasia and Roberts Elin. And then we have quite number of players.
Plenty of the players with the 6 points.
With the 6 points, yes, exactly.
Okay, so actually we can start already with the games, but before that I just briefly want to say that we a while ago we had the interview with the sports Minister of Sports of Georgia. We made it on Georgian language.
I know.
As we are in
it
Georgia.
Sounds actually very, very nice.
Yes.
Listening
so
to you too.
I just want to say with a few words that I asked the question about his vision of this tournament, how it goes, and abstractly what is happening in Georgia connected to chess. And and the local place, Batumi, and he mentioned that he's happy that the Batumi became kind of center of the chess tournaments and chess events, and he promised the full support to chess in Georgia. So many thanks to him one more time. And now we can go to the games, finally. I'm actually happy to go to the games.
Me too.
So let's start with the first board, where we have Aline Roberts and Sabrina Vega. So we can say that Sabrina Vega is maybe it is what we call luck, you know, and I will explain what am I talking about. She seems like very well prepared in every games. But when you are making, let's take a look at this from the side. When you are making the preparation against the opponent, you have to be lucky that the opponent will play exactly that thing that you prepared well. So it seems like this is happening with Sabrina in this tournament. Yeah, she is not spending too much time in the opening, and mostly in every of the games she has a good position in the opening, as it is happening right now. She is with the black colors against Aline Roberts. She has 1 hour 21 minutes versus 1 hour 11 minutes. It already means that Aline Roberts is out of her comfort zone. Right?
Right.
And let's see what's going on. How it was happening from the beginning. E4, C5, knight F3, G6, okay, the pulse and queen B6, knight B3, all is good here, queen D2. We understood that Aline did not play knight D4 back because she does not want to do the draw.
That's like
that, yeah?
offered, yes, draw offer, but...
Knight F6, knight C3, okay, all correct. All good. Bishop G5, H6, Bishop H4, A5, and F3. The last move was a mistake. Instead of F3, it has to be the best option to play A4. A4, because on F3 now, there is very interesting move G5 or A4 on the same time. A4 is also very interesting. And what is this guy doing? It has to move, right? Because in case of f takes g4, there is a takes b3. And black simply has the advantage. The pawn moves, for example, on a3 and queen a5. This is just an excellent position for black. They have the initiative, they have the clear advantage. And if white does not capture on g4, and they should not capture on g4, then knight has to go on c1. Then g5, another strong move, and on bishop g3, knight g5. So black's position is actually more promising. Yeah, with the knight on c1, it's very difficult to think about the advantage. More, white has to think how to equalize the position. So they have to play a very accurate moves like rook b1, and for example bishop e6, knight d5. But black has a very nice game here after f5. So black's position is a little bit more promising. But let's see if Sabrina will play that. And yes, she did a4, as we see that she was prepared even on that. On f3, she was prepared. I mean, she knew that f3 is not the best option for white because it is facing a4. And, okay, how to say, if Sabrina will win today, I think it will be a very big step ahead for being the champion and winning the tournament. But let's see. Of course, plenty of the game we're gonna have, plenty of the play we're gonna have in this game. So don't be. We have no rush actually. We have no rush. Let's take a look how they will continue. On the second board we have Ulviyya Fataliyeva against Anastasia Hnatishin. Anastasia has a promising position from the opening with the black. The position is with a mutual play, obviously. Next board we have Mai Narva against Ulviyya Kyolbasa. Also, the mutual play, nothing special is happening for now. So as we see, still today we don't have any big actions in the top boards in the opening. Board number 4, we have Olga Badelka against Anna Ushenina, and a little bit unusual position we
And
have.
G4 on the
G4,
board.
Yes, let's take a look how it happened. So it was London, I think so, yeah. One of the districts of London. So Queen F3. Queen F3 is something new for me, actually. Let's take a look if we have this. Yes, we have. We have Knight F3 as a main line, and Queen F3. It's only 12 games played ever in the chess base that we have, so it means that it is very rare move. So let's see how it was in the game after Queen F3. C5. Why not? Knight C3, Queen A5. G4. So seems like a mutual play. Black just have to be careful here. Just accurate moves. So for example, Knight C6, and in case of castle, Bishop D7. Who knows? Maybe I will do the long castle also with black. Or maybe not. Maybe I will stay in the center. So for example, it depends what the white will do. For example, on Knight G2, I think it's a possible option to play Rook C8, and on King B1 to play Knight B4. On A3, why I played Knight B4? I'm provoking A3, and maybe it is very interesting to take on C2 already. King takes C2, Bishop A4 check, Knight takes A4. Yeah, because if the king goes on B1, then just take on D1, Knight takes D1, Knight E4, and here will be the huge attack. Knight D2 check is hanging, so queen has to move, and Knight D2 check, King A2, B5, and definitely black is much better here. So, Knight takes A4, Queen takes A4. Now, in case of what? In case of what? In case of King C1, there is just C takes D4, game over. In case of B3, C takes D4 anyway, game over with the discover check. So King D2 seems like an only move. Yeah, Knight E4.
Knight E4.
King E1, Queen A5 check.
Wow.
Knight C3. Knight takes C3, B takes C3, Queen takes C3, King E2, and what's going on here? Now our attack is over. Let's take a look. No, definitely we have a big compensation, but nothing so special. Nothing so special. We can play Queen C2 check, Rook D2, and Queen A4. To eat another pawn, to have 3 pawns for the piece. But maybe it's not enough. Maybe it's not enough. I'm not sure. Okay, so then Knight B4 does not make any big sense, maybe. But what about Bishop A4? This tricky move. Instead of Knight takes C2, Bishop A4 first. So my point is that if White captures on B4, Bishop takes C2, King takes C2, and C takes B4. This I like. This I actually like.
But
huge
I'm
attack.
2 pieces down right now.
Yes, but actually I'm getting 1 piece back immediately, right? On
yes,
C3.
but I don't see checkmate.
There is no checkmate, but that's a huge attack. Okay. That's a huge attack because White's pieces are not developed yet, and actually it is very difficult to suggest a move for White. So, for example, Rook C1, then I have another excellent move, Queen A2, stacking the White's king. And in case of King D1, I'll take on C3, Knight takes C3, and Queen takes B2. It seems like an advantage. So Queen E2, Queen B3, and in case of Queen C2, there is Rook takes C3, take on B3, take on B3, Rook C8 check, King D7, no worries. Rook C7 and King D8, Rook takes F7, Knight D7. A very long line, but promising for black. So, after Bishop A4, Knight takes A4, Queen takes A4, A takes B3, maybe, or Knight C3 first. Then queen takes c2. No, a takes b4. C takes b4. What an interesting position. That c2 guy is
You
hanging.
have to protect on c2.
But still queen c6. And there is no rook c1 because of knight e4. Now another trouble comes with knight d2.
d2 is coming.
That's crazy. And on king b2 there is queen a6.
Wow.
Rook a1 is not possible because of rook takes c2. King takes c2 and queen takes a1. Game over. What an interesting thing. With bishop a4 it's actually interesting things. So queen takes a4. Maybe knight c3, but in case of knight c3, there is queen c2 check. King a1. I can play just knight c6. You know? Also, knight e4 is very interesting. I like black's position. You know, I like to play like that. But let's see how they will play. So, how it was in the game. In the game, the position is this, after g4. So we went a little bit far away. Okay, I just wanted to say that black's position is good. I mean, with a mutual play, without any problems at all. The only problem that Anna has, that's for 40 minutes that she already thought for these 5 moves. On 5 moves, she already thought for 40 minutes. That's too much.
It is.
That's too much.
Olga seems much better prepared. Most probably she analyzed all of these things. So
Could be.
the matter is
Could
what you
be,
will
by the
also
way.
remember, because you
Yeah.
go through many different lines and you're not sure what
On
your
the same
opponent will
time,
play.
another
and
matter is that the obvious evaluation of the position. You know, you can be very well prepared and analyze everything, but if the opponent also will do the correct moves, then then who knows? You know, the only effect of this preparation will be that the opponent will spend a lot of time, and maybe you will use it later in the time trouble. So that's why Anna Ushenina has to do the moves a little bit faster. I think so, because spending too much time here, later it will be maybe more decisive to have more time on the clock.
so far it worked just for Laura.
Yes. Yes, correct. So board number 5. Here we have Meri Arabidze against Claudia Coulon. Also a very strange position with h4 on the board. That h4
We are
is
not
a
surprised
sign.
with
Yeah,
h4.
It's just a sign. Yeah. So how it was happening? c4, c5, knight c3, knight f6. Okay, d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, g3. And g3 is not the main, it's not the basic line. The basic line here is to play d4, and it's maybe slightly better for white, but nothing special. After g3, black does not have, I mean, g3 is a move which is not creating any concrete problems immediately to black, so that's why black feels okay. Bishop g2, g6, and h4. Here we are. Knight f6, d3, bishop g7, and very unlucky move, bishop d2. The engine says that it is much better to put the bishop on e3 to attack the pawn, and on queen a5, just knight d2 with tempo. With tempo, we got some initiative, and that's I agree. The point is that knight g4 does not work. Bishop takes c6, pawn takes c6, and a very strong queen a4. I love this move.
Yes, it's not so obvious because all
Yeah.
attention is on the bishop on e3, but you just play on
forcing
the
them
endgame
to
and
trade,
better
yes.
pawn structure, and you actually
Much
continue to play with 2 knights against 2 bishops, but at
Why
this
not?
concrete position I prefer.
Yeah.
I prefer white's position for sure.
because this
C
file
file,
I will
rook
use
c1, b3, you can take
perfectly.
c5 whenever you want.
Definitely. So bishop e3 was very interesting move, by the way. Creating the problems immediately. b6 is not possible because of knight e5, and we are gaining the material. So queen b6 maybe, queen b6, knight a4. Yeah, and what about queen d6, knight b5 maybe, yes. Knight b5, I'm gaining the pawn. So what does it mean? What does it mean, dear chess friends? It means that white is getting the clear advantage after bishop e3 suddenly. Instead of that, Meri played bishop d2, bishop d7, knight g5.
With this move, I'm surprised.
She wants to play
Okay, knight e4 is idea.
But then, then what's so important in that move?
I can just protect later
H6
this pawn with b6, so
knight g4.
take,
Knight takes
take, and
e4.
b6, no?
And here Meri is thinking, I think now it's time to change something. To change the direction.
Exactly.
Yes, and then just at least to try to use the majority of the pawn on the king side. Because if white will capture with the knight, then after simple b6, bishop d7 is on time here, black's position is... and she capture with the knight. She capture with the knight, and after b6 what? Bishop c3 maybe. The position will be too clear, too simple in that case. So for example, castle, bishop takes g7, king takes g7, queen d2. So I just don't get what could be the problem for black at all.
Me neither.
I mean, where and why? Yeah, black is okay. Black can play just simple h5 even, or even f6, since the bishop on g7 is not there, and we trade it. We can put f6 and later e5. I like black's position here. It's a okay. It's not an advantage maybe, but the white is the side who is equalizing the game. Yes, definitely white is the side that has to equalize. Next board we have Laura Onuk, with less time on the clock again. And what is this? That's just only 4 moves. It's only 4 moves we have. Somewhere the game's ended already. Here we have only 4 moves.
Yeah, but Laura just made the move. She played knight f3, I think. Yeah,
she played knight f3.
She's just enjoying. She drinks her coffee and...
Yes, but it's just interested what was there to
It
think
is, but
for more than half an hour.
I'm actually not...
And she was not late.
Yes, she was not late, but somehow all this tournament we could see that Laura is thinking a bit more than we expect. And about what? Yes, maybe there are some topics, you know, she has to think about it over the board. Maybe,
but this position seems to me very simple for the London system player. And if she plays London, I think she has to be prepared for this. I mean, at least you have to know what you are doing in case of the d6, c5, and later g6. Yeah, the position is with the mutual play, so there is nothing much happening here to spend so much time. But you know what? Maybe it's even that she loves to be in the time trouble. There are some of the chess players like that I know. Yeah? They are kind of more focused there. Also, they think that they are making some psychological pressure to the opponent with that, that the opponent thinks that the Laura is in time trouble and she will do the mistakes, but it's usually happening opposite for her as she starts playing better in the time trouble.
She played incredibly good moves in
with
one
Lela
of...
Javakhishvili,
yes, exactly, with Lela.
She just won the game in the super time trouble with the worst position. Yeah, and it's kind of a tricky psychological thing that the opponent thinks that you are in trouble, but actually you are not in trouble. You feel even more motivated and more focused. Could be this option. I don't know. We have to ask her later somewhere.
We will. Hopefully one day we will have her here in the studio so we can hear from Laura.
Yeah, we can sing the song like that to her. We will ask you.
That was good one.
Okay, let's go ahead. We have Bella Khotenashvili against Irina Bulmaga, and where the f2 pawn gone. Please tell me in advance. Somebody help me. How the f2 pawn gone? So it went to f3 mostly. Yes. Let's take a look. g3, c4, and d4. Yes, it was f3 there. Bishop g5. It's
kind of interesting for me when you are preparing this line with the white, and then on the move number 6 you are already doing some errors. Is it a preparation? Could be still the preparation. Yeah? We don't have to trust too much to our engine in that. And f3. Seems like preparation because she spent only 1 minute. But the position, g5, here we are. Here the option was to capture on c4, which is actually difficult to do at the board. Then I understand everything. I think it is so. So it was a preparation of Bella. She made some risky moves in the opening. Well, risky, what do I mean? I mean that if the opponent will do the correct moves, they are easily equalizing. But for example, here, that d takes e4 is the only correct move to clearly equalize, and it is difficult to do when you don't know that, and you never played. So the point of preparation sometimes is that you are calculating and evaluating how big is the chance that the opponent will not do the correct move. And okay, if she will do, then let's play the mutual game. But
and that's fine. It's not
yes,
a huge risk entering two equal positions.
Definitely.
It's just...
So here Irina played g5, so here you are. She made a small error. Now bishop c1 is the best option. And by itself that g5 pawn will be the weakness in case black will do the castle. On the same time, when the white will do the castle, then semi-open f file will be kind of powerful for the f1 rook. So let's see, here she is thinking, yes, Bella is thinking on g5. And other options we have bishop e3 or bishop d2, but it is kind of blocking the pawn and our pieces, so it's better to put it on c1. Yes, it is better to put it there. In case of bishop c1, take on c4 is not so effective anymore, because after e4, white has a good position. The position is good, so here, if black captures instead of g5 on c4 and white plays e4, then there is just a knight f8. There is no weaknesses on the king side. After knight e6 or knight g6, black easily can do the short castle. But here after g5, as it happened in the game, then it is very dangerous and risky to do the short castle with black. So after bishop c1, Bella is slightly better. Next board we have Dava Demberel. I know that one. I know that one. This is quite... Oh, dear chess friends, we have a guest here in the studio. Today we have a birthday of Sandra. Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me make a wish, okay? Right, okay. Thank you. Okay, now this day is a bit better. Now I feel okay. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday, Sandra, one more time. And okay, dear chess friends, we will do the short break right now. Pardon us. We'll be back soon. Surprise.
Surprise.
No, not surprise. You got what you deserve.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
Welcome back, guys. Here with me in studio, my dear friend, colleague, and press officer of ECU, Stefana Milutinovic. Stefana, thanks for coming here. How do you feel?
Thank you for hosting me. I'm feeling actually very happy. I would like to wish you again a very happy birthday today. I hope that you were surprised with the small thing that we prepared today for you.
Well, it's not small. I have to interrupt you because whole day was very intense. It's my birthday now, you know that, and I was getting a lot of messages, but also preparing for this broadcast. You know, you have to look at least. Just normal sitting here to do some things. It's not just to come here and to sit and to reply to some messages. And I knew that Minister of Sport will be here, and then Valerie couldn't come to the early beginning, and then at some point, not sure if you saw, I messed up with names, and I was a bit sad at some point, but then this surprise just came all of a sudden, and I was a bit emotional. I almost started to cry. It's really a huge surprise. Can you tell me, because I don't know, you're working so many things. We all know that whatever doesn't work, we call Stefana, very Stefana, and also chess players managed to make this surprise.
So I will tell you the whole day. Actually, we had, as you guys know, we had the Minister of Sports of Georgia here today, together with the Deputy Minister of Sports of Georgia. They opened the today's round, and they made the first ceremonial move. But actually, behind the scenes, the whole focus was on Sandra's birthday today. We were preparing the surprise. So it's a little bit funny that she says that she messed up with the names because it wasn't in our focus. Okay, of course we respect that the minister came, and we appreciate that, but we actually started preparing the whole surprise yesterday and day before yesterday.
Wow.
So yeah, we had the whole plan and time schedule of what things are happening at what time. It was a coincidence that the minister visit was today for your birthday.
All important people, it's such important day actually.
Yeah, we should remember this date. It's 3rd of June. You guys should know that all important things are happening on 3rd of June. So yeah, maybe even today, who knows, in the games, maybe we also have some very important things for the outcome of the tournament, because it seems like a very important
now
day for
when you
everyone.
mentioned outcome of the tournament, I will just ask you, do you have any favorite or just guess who will win the tournament?
With guesses, it's always really hard. Actually, at this point of view, I wouldn't be surprised if Sabrina Vega Gutierrez wins the tournament. For me, I always somehow expect this from not a very young generation, although we had a very big surprise in the European Open Individual Chess Championship just recently, which finished in April in Katowice, Poland. We had the 17-year-old Roman Dekhtiarov from Ukraine winning the tournament, and we were all very surprised. Actually, it's also very interesting for me that the final round was played between Roman Dekhtiarov, a 17-year-old Ukrainian, rising star, obviously, against David Anton Guijarro from Spain. Here we again see Sabrina Vega from Spain in race for medals. She's playing on the top board and she's leading the tournament. So I think somehow for me, my guesses are that this generation, I don't want to say older, but somehow not the youngsters, somehow prevail in the final rounds, perhaps because of the experience they already have. Sabrina is 9-time Spanish chess champion. She knows how to win the tournament. She's a champion already. And this title would be a nice title in her collection, I think. So, yeah, I think that it's very possible for her to win the tournament. As now we see the video from the venue, we have also Aline Roberts, who is playing the top level chess recently for the last couple of years, actually. So the competition remains open. But yeah, somehow for me, I would say that it's going to be someone with a little bit more experience, not someone very young.
Okay, we will see, as on second place is very young actually chess player, just 15 years old, Anastasia Akhnatishin. She's sharing second place with Eileen Roberts. So we will see what will happen at the tournament. Do you think that maybe it's time to go through games and to see what happened, if something significant, if something changed in meantime?
Yeah, I would definitely. I was checking a little bit of the games. I think it's still going quite slow, but I think we should definitely see what's going on the top boards.
Let's see. So actually this was the last moment when we were, me and Valerie, we were analyzing the position, and as you can see, Aline made a small mistake by playing f3. The point is that last move of Vega was a5, and of course idea of a5 is to play a4 at some point, which is really unpleasant, and the best options were knight a4, either knight a4, either just to push a4. But both moves are doing same thing, just to block this a pawn and then to continue to play the game. f3, and then it was a very interesting move, g5, which we mentioned, but also Vega continues to play one of the best moves, a4, knight is forced to go back, and then knight f6, which is obviously not the best move. It's very interesting when we follow those games and we have like engine and this engine bar, and everything seems so easy, yes?
Well, yeah, but I would say that knight f6 is quite a reasonable move. It looks very natural for me. Okay, of course, I'm not a player of that strength, but I think, yeah, it just looks natural. Okay, I also see that she spent some time here thinking about...
Actually, you're a very good chess player. The only thing, your focus is not in last, I don't know how many years on chess.
Yeah,
from when you work for ECU?
I work for ECU since 2017, so it's going to be
9 years.
9 years now, yeah. Very long time. And yeah, I stopped playing chess actually when I entered the university, and after that I just kept working. I played some leagues yearly, just a couple of classical games actually per year, and now with all my obligations that I have with the work and everything else, I just don't have time for that. But
really
I
hard.
still enjoy being at the tournaments and watching the games and even discussing the games with the players. So
yeah, and
I'm
your
very happy
job
to
is
be
connected
here.
with chess. So you're not active chess player, but you're doing
Yes.
everything which has some connection with chess. All announcement for tournaments, pictures which we can find on ECU page on
social
Facebook,
media.
Instagram, social media, videos. So I say it's always good to have this, because they're not all of people who are following, they don't have opportunity to play tournaments. So they have to feel and to see, and they want that. My students, for example, they were asking me, Sandra, how it looks like? Can you send me pictures of playing venue? And some other things, of course, these big events. So without you, Stefana...
Yeah, so for everyone who is interested, you just should follow European Chess Union on social media, Facebook, Instagram. We have X account, and of course YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribe, and you will see more content from our tournaments.
Exactly.
We're here to bring it to you. Yeah.
Okay, let's continue. So the point was that at this position g5 was the best move, and I will explain. After bishop g3, then knight can go to more active square, knight g2 e5, and knight from e5 controls c4, maybe the most important, d3, g4, f3, but c4 is key. And why this g5 intermediate move is so important? Because there is no move f4. Okay, Vega decided to go back with the knight. I don't think this is critical mistake. It's just not as good as it would be to play first g5 and then to place the knight on e5. Rook b1, bishop e6. This is just, those are moves we expect. Bishop on e6, sometimes to bring the rook on c8, and all focus should be somehow on the queen side and attacking the pawn on c4. And on the other hand, white should try to make some kind of threats and attack in the center, but also on the king side. Knight d5, very good move, just to centralize the knight and to block the diagonal. Knight d7, maybe unnecessarily, maybe even castle would be good move, because after knight f6, it takes f6. I know it looks a bit, you know, to play with the pawn on d6.
Okay, yeah, these pawn structures always look ugly, but they're actually very resilient in this type of positions. So I think it just depends on the personality of the player. Me personally, I wouldn't choose to play this because I'm not very good with pawn structures, and I like to play dynamic positions where everything is open. Here, black should be a very good positional player, and yeah, as you said, just playing for the c4 weakness while defending the d6 pawn. But yeah, somehow I understand her why she didn't choose to go for this one.
Me too. I have to be honest. Probably I would also go for a knight d7, castle, bishop f2. Of course, as we were mentioning, actually, I was mentioning before, knight a4 stopping the a4 move also was important move to control b6 square. So once when this pawn is pushed from a7, b6 is kind of weakness. So imagine just having knight here and bishop on f2 and knight on d5. It would look very powerful. Bishop f2, queen a5, and this is the moment where Elin is still thinking. Time is... It's fine.
Yeah, it's quite balanced still. No one has really some troubles with the time control yet, although it's still quite early. Yeah, it's the 18th move.
It is on this level of the tournament. We don't expect any firework or something in early opening of the game, although sometimes it happens. Actually, we had a very interesting round after the free day.
Yeah, players got. I saw that there were a lot of blunders.
Exactly.
Right?
How you describe this? What's your opinion? Why we had so many blunders after the free day?
I don't know. It's a difficult question. I can tell it from my personal point of view, as I somehow expected that we will all have nice rest for the free day, and that we will have just a nice walk and do something and then have a rest. But then somehow from all those things that we wanted to do, I got also tired. So for me, the day after the rest day, it was like maybe the most tiring day in the tournament so far. And I think it was the same for the players. I think that they maybe thought they will have a lot of time to do a lot of things, like go to the town, see the center, which is very beautiful. Batumi is very beautiful town. We had, guys, very nice weather during the free day.
Thanks God.
Yeah, which was also the first day that we actually had such a nice weather with warm temperature and no rain. So I think that everyone just rushed out, not really thinking about possible consequences, and somehow you think, okay, I have time, and then maybe players also got into this trick with the long preparation, ending up being tired for the next round, and then we got fireworks on the boards, which is always interesting to see, but I kind of feel bad for them.
Yeah, for me personally, the free day, either if I make some kind of fast draw, never worked good. And I was saying that my father, who is international master, was always suggesting me just to play at least one, blitz game, because you started, you're warmed up, and then suddenly there is one day which should be there just so you rest and
somehow
you can
forget
continue
to play chess,
even better, but somehow it looks like exactly not the same feeling. You just stopped with something.
Yeah, for me, when I was playing actively, I was also not liking rest days or these quick draws, or oh my God, if someone doesn't show for the game. I never got successful into getting back into the tournament, so for me it was also very difficult to go back. But on the other hand, this is a very long tournament. It has 11 rounds. We have very high stakes. We have a big prize fund. We have 10 qualification spots for the World Chess Cup.
10 of them, yes.
The top boards are playing on impressive level, just incredible level of chess. And then it's normal. I think it's very normal to have the free day, and that players actually know how to use it. They got used to it and they know how to use it. So maybe it was just a coincidence here, or
it could be.
Yeah.
It could be. Okay, let's go to the
let's see.
second
I
board.
just saw, I think we should go back just for a second because I just saw that there were a couple of moves played here. They traded the queens, although that wasn't very accurate by Elin. Actually, of course, this is always possible to trade the queens, but apparently queen d1 should have been the best move, which is a little bit unnatural for me.
Exactly, going back with the queen to
Yeah,
the
and
first
to put
rank.
it on the starting square, it just looks very unnatural. Although on the
On the other hand,
on the other hand, on the second view, if you start looking it a little bit deeper, you would understand that actually black is the one having problems with space here. So more pieces on the board means that they have more troubles maneuvering with the pieces. So from that point of view, this is also somehow logical option. So okay, she went for rook d1 instead.
yes, she went for rook d1. In early part of the game, you didn't see, but we saw the move which was almost like offer a draw of Vega. I will just remind very quickly our followers. So here, after queen b6, knight b3, queen d8, and now
Yeah,
if
so
knight
she's
d4,
expecting knight d4,
exactly.
yeah.
So in early part of the game, Elin just showed that she wants all
Wants
in,
to
you
play,
know,
yeah,
she
yeah.
wants to play, she has a chance to win this tournament, and she has half points less than Vega, and she has white pieces. It's a huge opportunity. So then we will just go very fast and to come to the moment where we stop. That's this moment where you explained that queen d1 actually was the best move to keep the queens on the board. We have space advantage. There is this knight which is unpleasant here, keeping an eye on e7 pawn, rook d1, queen d2, rook d2, and rook f to c8. Somehow I think that now Vega feels much more comfortable playing this position.
Definitely. I think also, I mean, the position looks very nice for black. I would also be happy to be black here. Not because black is in some fantastic position or something, but it just seems very easy to play. It seems also very safe.
Now king can also come to f8 at some point just to...
Knight e5, knight a5 maybe, the other one can come to e5, and then white will have troubles defending the c4 pawn, and somehow you can see that white's pieces, rook b1 and knight c1, are not coordinating very well. And okay, of course, Elin can find better spots for the pieces. Also, rook d2, it's a good piece, but it still needs to be improved. So we're about to see, I believe, very interesting positional outplaying on the top board. I think the game will actually be much more interesting than it looks.
Yeah, okay, we will let Elin to think what she will do at this position and how she will continue to play. There are options for bishop f1 and then to bring the knight to d3. That's just some quick view on current position. Let's go to third board where we have Mai Narva playing against Ulviyya Fataliyeva. Okay, something happened here. Let's go back.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Here was the position, last position, which I analyzed, and I was saying that after bishop e6, white can ignore either to take on e6 at some point, so knight c3, knight b4, bishop e6, f takes e6, knight e2, preparing maybe c3 at some point. I don't think that. What do you think? What is the?
Okay, normally it's just knight g3, h3, what white is going to play here, with some idea knight h2 and then knight g4 occasionally, because you want to eye this e6 weakness at some point of the game. c3, of course, it could come with followed by d4, so black always needs to think about many things, whether you will start playing on the king side or you will just keep playing in the center. So I like the move. And then c5. So yeah, okay, obviously she was afraid of c3, d4.
Although white also has to be a bit careful, because as long as knight is on e2, this pawn after we push is kind of hanging. c5, knight g3, as you mentioned, this is one of main ideas for the knight. Queen d7, c3, knight c6, d4.
d4, yeah.
Yeah, let's see what's happening here after d4. It takes d4, yes, it's logical. I mean, that's why sometimes the double pawns are actually not weakness, because you control a center, and once you take, you have the other pawn which controls or which can be advanced. So d4,
Yeah.
take.
But do you think d4 was the best move here? Because normally white should wait a little bit with this one.
Exactly. White can actually wait because black cannot push d5. There is always a threat of taking, for example, after d5 we take, and at the end of the story there is pawn on e5 for free. So d4 wasn't the best, and some suggestions of engine which I just turned on, rook b1, either h3. So just to continue
Just
and
as we
to
said, yeah.
wait also to see what. Also, we can also develop this bishop. For example, some move for rook a to c8, and then we can develop a bishop. And to play slowly, Valerie has something he said something very smart, and that's let your opponent to make mistake.
Yeah, this is especially for these types of positions. This Roy Lopez setups. It's quite normal for white to wait. It's a waiting game basically, and for me it's quite okay. d4. I mean, of course, it can be played. It was also played before, but somehow I got used to seeing people just wait a little bit more before pushing.
Maneuvering and
as you said, just h3, bishop d2, maybe some knight
either
h2
bishop
at some
e3
point.
is also option, maybe even
Yeah,
nicer
bishop
square for the
g5,
bishop,
or
it
yeah, you
depends.
can just do things before deciding to go for d4, because as my previous coach says, you can always push the pawn, but you cannot take it back.
So you have to be very careful.
Yeah,
With
exactly,
pieces it's
yeah.
different. But with I also
Exactly.
say pawn structure is very important. Sometimes you can lose the game just because of bad pawn structure. You can have same material, not without material advantage for your opponent, or without anything concrete, but just one weakness, like one pawn, can be very decisive. Okay, so it was basically matter of choice. So she decided, let's go back, this was our analysis, to go straight forward, to open a center and to see what's happening there. E takes d4, take d4, and d5, very good move. Now there are few options for white. One is, for example, let's see just what was knight e5. Yes, knight e5 is one of options. White can also take here, and after, for example, queen d5, just to continue with bishop e3. Let's see what's happening after this move. Then we can also have knight e5, which came a bit earlier. But here is also, it's matter of choice. So she decided to go for knight e5.
Okay.
Knight e5, and where you don't actually force the black to take on e5. Black can take on e5 either to move the queen. Queen c7 is the best option. They're playing good, but now we can see a small mistake. by white.
Inaccuracy, yeah?
Inaccuracy, exactly. So it was better to take on c6, and after queen takes c6, just to block the center.
Okay, I mean, e5.
Sorry?
e5, yeah, it's. I see that the engine says it's inaccurate, but
Yeah, I was explaining, it's
a
not
little
like
bit.
when they see, so move is mistake, not. It's just if there is another move which will which will lead one of opponents to position where there is certain advantage, then
Yeah.
the other move which brings some equal position or
but
something
also,
like that.
if you consider this move, I think it's quite practical, because ed5. If you can go back to
ED5?
yeah, it's yeah. So the point is that, yeah, exactly what I want to say is that here actually black doesn't have a lot of good choices. They should play knight d5 if they want to keep this slight edge, which is really not that bad if you're playing whites. But on the other hand, they can make a big mistake, so they can play knight d4, which was played in the game, yeah.
In the game, yes.
And then suddenly white is back on the track with some edge. Also, if we can just see what happens if they don't play knight d4, but if they take on d5, I'm very curious about that. For example, like if instead of knight d4 we see black
Knight
playing
d5.
yeah,
was-
knight d5, yeah, this is the best move. But what if e d5, for example? Then black is in big trouble, yeah?
Yes, so it seems that e takes d5 doesn't work, knight takes d4
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
work. So maybe
So-
it was good decision to go with
Exactly, it's practical. So, and yeah, exactly what we saw the next move from a strong player as Gilbasa is that she went for this small inaccuracy, nothing that bad, but knight d4 and white.
and
again
then
has the
Andrew
edge.
actually likes white's position
Yeah,
because
a little bit.
Exactly. The best move, d takes e6, rook d8, okay, it looks powerful, but this queen is still on a d1 and
Yeah.
it could be something interesting with the knight, although f3 is guarded by also the queen.
Also,
so
it's very interesting that knight e6 doesn't work because of queen b3.
yeah.
So,
Let
yeah.
me show.
Yeah, you can
You're
show.
right, thank you. Knight e3, then we have queen b3 and,
And
there is
basically
this.
game over.
Exactly. I don't know. For example, if queen c8 or something, we just move this knight
Yeah.
and then we have black will lose a piece. So maybe actually, no, I don't think that she blundered, that she cannot take
No. Okay,
knight
rook
d6. She just
d8.
wanted to play dynamic game and to have all pieces on the right places and to have compensation for material disadvantage, which is right now on the board. It doesn't mean it will stay. Bishop d2, and this is the last move of Mai Narva, and now
Okay,
Olivia
now-
is thinking.
Now she can even take on a6, I think. Yeah?
Now she can take. Let's just show what is the difference, because okay, I mean bishop on d2 is
Exactly,
under
yeah.
attack, so queen b3, but also as rook is here, there is knight
Knight
d5
d5,
move,
yeah,
and
nice.
there is no problem. White doesn't have a light square bishop, so
Yeah.
there are no
And then
more
somehow I like
threats.
this position for black, actually.
I also wanted to say that I don't understand that I would feel comfortable playing this position as black. We will see what will happen here. Let's go rook a to d8, bishop d2. Bishop d2 was actually last move, which was played in the game. Okay, let's see what we have next. Badelka against Ushenina. Here was very interesting opening. You know, Stefana, we saw so many games here that white played h4.
Yeah.
Greenfeld in this, that.
It's
There
my
is
favorite
always
move, by the
h4.
way. Yeah, my husband now, okay, I don't play a lot, but my husband now, whenever he sees me in the game, like preparing for some game, or if I play some blitz online, I always somehow like to push this h4 or to put my queen on h5, and he's always laughing and saying that I should remember that this is always a bad move. And then we come at some very important tournament, like European, and then we start seeing the games together, and he starts, you know, holding himself for his head, and he's like, oh my god, like why h4? What's wrong here? Why can't you play just normal positional chess? But it's
no.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we want to have some fun. We want to have some drama on the table, and
To
I
play
think
sharp. Also, it depends against who you play. That's also kind of preparation.
also depends on the position, to be honest, because he
Exactly.
also has his openings where he plays h4 very early in the game, of course.
No,
that,
I'm sure.
It's very known, yeah. It's just a little bit funny because I think that at least me, I tend to do it all the time, even in setups where you really
I did it just few times, I think. Yeah, it may be against some Greenfeld. I'm now trying to recall, but I'm not sure. Okay, but somehow I knew this, that's why I mentioned.
Yeah.
So, here we have g4, which is very interesting move, and Valerie and me, we were calculating some crazy variations here, but in the game was knight e4, then knight e2, brilliant move, but basically the only move, because white has to protect the knight on c3, bishop d7, long castle, bishop. You know, Badelka yesterday, she made a draw against Anastasia Matishin.
I saw the game, and I saw that she had a winning motive in the final moment, basically rook g6 sacrifice. Yeah.
What do you think? How she felt after she went to her room after the game and she saw on the computer, or she saw some messages You missed it. How hard
Well,
is to
yeah, it
continue
must
to
be
play the
very
tournament?
difficult. It must be very difficult. It's very difficult also to continue and to gather yourself, and then as it always needs to happen, next round you play against the former world champion Anna Ushenina. It's very hard. I wouldn't know how is it exactly to be
Then
in,
you're like, I
in her
thought it
shoes
cannot
now.
be worse, but now after pairings, I see it can be
Yeah,
worse.
exactly. That would be my feeling. Could you have a tougher pair than Ushenina here? Of course you can, but it's very difficult.
Yeah. Ushenina played great tournament, but she had a couple of draws, like for example in first round, third round, so that's why we didn't see her all the tournament on top boards, although we were following a lot of her games, and she also missed opportunity to win at sixth round against Anastasia Rakhmangulova. She made the draw and she had winning position. Okay, so anyway, bishop c6, king b1, knight c3. I think it's tough for both players, but I think Olga prepared this and Anna maybe didn't expect. So although she is a world champion, you are in the position where there is not concrete pattern idea, you don't have so much experience, and let's see time on the clock. Yes, we can see also that she's on 27th minutes and they played just 12 moves. Let's see what happened. Knight c3, obviously the better move was just to play knight a6 and to ignore as this knight is not hanging because it's well protected. And for example, after bishop g2, because this bishop has to be developed and it cannot be on this diagonal as knight has to stay here to protect, then just to push c4 and I guess to organize some attack with later
I
b5,
need to say that c4 looks criminal here for me. Like bishop c6 is just that. Okay, I understand b5, b4 idea, but can we still make it happen without c4?
Well, that's
But okay,
that's
you
the
always
question.
need to think about knight e4 happening and then what will
Okay,
happen. So I
then
understand,
let's say rook
but
c8. I don't see problem
Yeah.
with rook c8.
Me
It's also
neither.
very logical move, and later on maybe
and
somehow
prettier.
yeah, and
Which is most
prettier on the
important
eye.
for-
I agree with you. I agree
Yeah.
with you because once you push the pawn to c4,
You cannot put it back.
yes, and you
on c5.
have to know that it will work. Otherwise, it's just
Okay,
we
it looks
say
scary.
this is mature pawn. Like
Yeah, and it definitely looks scary, this idea b5, b4, but I'm still thinking this b5, b4 you can even play without c4, right? And
Right.
if white decides
Right.
to take dc, it would be very bad for them, because then suddenly my bishop is also coming in the game, and somehow it
let's
would
say, for example, bishop g2, rook
rook
c8,
yeah.
and then I mean this g4
Now,
move is
yeah.
like it shows like I want to attack, but basically
Nothing.
all focus is now on white's king,
Yeah.
and you have always to double check what's happening, and
And
still this king
somehow,
is in the
yeah.
center.
But how can she...
I would feel a bit uncomfortable playing this position as white, and very comfortable
Definitely.
playing this position with
Definitely,
black
yeah.
pieces. But
But
knight c3, and then knight c3, and then there is no anymore knight on
Yeah.
e4, and this knight is not anymore on e2, which actually works very good for white. Knight d7, queen g3, very logical move, of course. Rook c8, and then e4. I have to mention that there is very interesting move.
oh wow.
Wait a second. Sorry. I was pressing the other, sorry. G5. So it controls f6, and you still didn't make a castle, but either you will stay here and then rooks cannot be connected, either at some point you will make a castle and I will have this pawn here. So just to continue without moving this bishop, because we still don't know most probably if bishop will be better on e2, either on g2. It's a bit complicated position. We can analyze this for hours.
G5, I mean, at the first sight, it doesn't look very logical, at least to me. But then, on the other hand, if you start looking into it, then somehow you can
Well,
connect
for
it.
example, bishop e7 and I go h4.
Yeah, and then you want also bishop h3 and g6 at some point, and then everything is hanging in black's
Exactly.
on black's king side. So
And now what?
yeah,
Now what? Now so the point is, I just want to say something. Now if c4 comes, which
oh, yeah.
will bring,
Now it's not working, definitely.
there is always e4 move. And there is a huge difference between keeping
Yeah.
black's knight on e4 and trading the knight, because it will not
Yeah.
work. Exactly.
Yeah.
So we can see actually why knight c3 was not
A
a
mistake,
great
yeah.
decision by Anna. Okay, knight c3, sorry, this wasn't in the game. Let's see, king b1, knight c3, knight d7, queen g3, rook c8, e4, that was in the game, okay. It was this rook c8 and e4. What we can say, what we can expect, this is the
It's very
game with
interesting,
three possible results.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
Open game, yeah. It's very interesting. Okay, now, oh, she's moving, so she made a move. Knight f6 seems to be played.
We are waiting, let me reload the page.
You can
Refresh,
just,
okay,
yeah.
okay. Knight
Yeah,
f6,
knight f6.
knight f6, knight f6. Well, I mean, Anna has just 23 minutes. And
This
I
is a big trouble,
guess
yeah.
position will be position where you have to time to calculate, but also to take some time to estimate position.
Yeah.
So I think that now Olga is in better chance for.
But it's a difficult choice, I need to say also, because if you take a look at the move earlier, before knight f6, so I mean, I think that she would be the happiest if she can just castle somehow, but bishop e7 is not very possible, because e d5 is coming immediately, and then after she takes back e d5, then bishop g2, rook e1, and everything is hanging in black's position immediately. So this is not possible. Now you need to calculate c d4, right? This is the only other option.
CD4 was the best move, and now
Yeah, but it's too much
Crazy
calculation
line.
for
Take
already
here,
having
and
27
then
minutes
take
on the
here,
clock.
and then
Yeah.
take here.
No, it's too.
So you have
yeah.
to know what's happening here.
Yeah. I
Just
think
b takes c6, and can you imagine at this position where this pawn is here and bishop is still here?
you need to evaluate
Suggestion
it,
is
yeah.
g5.
No,
This is just engine. This is not human move.
Yeah.
It's not. So let me check. Yeah, bishop g2 would be. Of course, I want to connect my rooks, and I want. Even I don't know what's happening if I. Will I get some checkmate? As long as I have bishop c1, I'm not so worried. Somehow I'm more worried staying with the pawn on b2 than pushing the pawn to b3, to be honest.
For me, it's the opposite, actually.
Really?
Yes.
Because, okay, once this pawn takes, it's just defender of king side. You will not most probably
I'm
take
always
with the
worried
king.
about this rook b8.
Like if you play this
rook b6 or rook b5, rook a5 ideas, because
I
suddenly
agree,
you have
I
a2
agree.
and b2 mates everywhere, and it's just crazy. But
So I just wanted to show if this pawn comes here,
It's
we
umbrella.
don't touch it.
It's umbrella, yeah.
Exactly. On a very rainy and storm day. Exactly.
as a student of my husband says, it's chessbrella.
Chessbrella, yeah.
Not a real umbrella, but chessbrella.
Chessbrella is here on b2 and just bishop h3, and very comfortable position for white. Knight f6 came. Knight f6, yes. And we can see that Olga is thinking, and she will take some time to think, so we will go to check
Okay.
fifth board, which is a bit easier for us to estimate the position. I would say there is nothing crazy in the center. Material is same. Pawn on a4 could be very strong, either
Very
weakness.
advanced. I'm very afraid of these
Exactly.
pawns.
There is a joke that women are always afraid once when the pawn
Passes
comes to
the-
fourth rank. Yes, like we see
Passes
this is
to
a queen.
your-
It's a queen. It's not a pawn anymore.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. I see this as a very good threat, and yeah, let's just see what happened from not the beginning, but from some point of the game, castle a3, e5. So we were saying that black should feel here very comfortable. Not weaknesses, developed pieces, just regular position as black, you should be very satisfied. e5 somehow not the best option, most probably better was just to ignore and to continue and to play rook c8. We are not worried about bishop g7, just king on g7. Somehow Claudia decided to play move e5. What can be wrong with this move?
I mean, first of all, bishop g7 can be wrong, yeah? This is also one of the forbidden things for me.
Bishop on g7, yes. Yes, which is blocked by pawn.
Yeah, exactly. Like
But
this
it's
bishop.
not permanent. There are ideas sometimes.
Yeah,
you
but
know.
e4 it will be very difficult to play e4. And then still I will have the bishop on c3. So if you were afraid of the trade, then it doesn't really make sense playing e5. So I don't like, but as I say, this was also forbidden for me. It's like I wouldn't play.
I don't know. I have to be honest. I'm not sure. I think most probably I would ignore because sometimes some piece can be bad in the opening and to stay like that till the end of the game.
Ideally, here it would be great if black can play knight d4, but then I'm afraid because I have the rook on a8 pinned. So
Actually, I'm not so afraid. Even if I blunder, I
yeah,
like to
you lose the
like-
bishop g2.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
I
queen,
would have
queen
some
a8
compensation.
comes and then
But the problem
always
is e3 move.
e3. Yeah,
E3,
yeah,
it's just it doesn't make any weaknesses, but you have to
okay,
go
but somehow
back.
I don't know.
Either here, if we don't want to go back like king
Yeah.
g7, here and then I don't know, queen.
But now d3
Queen
is a
somewhere.
little bit weak, so I still think that I made a progress comparing to when playing
I
e5,
agree,
yeah?
I agree. I prefer to play without e5. So I agree, either knight d4, either rook c8. a3, Claudia decided to play move e5, and then very good reaction, b4.
Yeah,
it's
immediate
well-known
counterplay,
motive
yeah.
at this type of position. Take, queen e7, queen b1. Would you play b5? For me, it seems like very logical
No, I
move.
wouldn't play b5.
Why?
I think it's early. I think there is no reason to hurry with this one. I think I like queen b1 somehow.
Okay. Queen b1 was played in the game.
Yeah, I see that it's a little bit inaccurate, but somehow I
Yeah,
understand.
that doesn't mean a lot, really.
Yeah, I
mean,
understand this because b5. Should I say once again that once you push the pawn, you cannot put it back?
Say one more time, and then if you start another
I'm
time, I
sorry.
will say Stefana.
I'm
we
sorry,
know,
but
we know.
you see
no,
that
it's
it's
good
somehow
to repeat.
Yeah, but if you
things.
see how I think, it's always that I avoid looking into these moves. Of course, I would calculate it if I see that it's something bringing me the win, but somehow I understand queen b1. I'm not developed. I cannot really make a big thing from b5, and this b5 pawn will hang very soon.
Well,
then
there is
yeah,
a certain variation. Knight will go to d4.
Yeah,
of course.
definitely.
And then
bishop
to give
d4.
up from pair of bishops,
Yeah, but
as this bishop is still on g7 and there
And
is pawn on
closed,
d4,
blocked by d4.
and then to play this interesting move. And this bishop most probably will not stay here because the perfect square for the bishop is actually e6. Somehow also it looks better, and then to play this endgame, which is more pleasant for white. And I agree. I agree with this.
Okay, knight
and
d4
here
is
and
very
some
strong,
pressure here.
but you know, for me, I mean, if black manages to activate with rook c8, somehow rook c2, and even giving up the pawn on a7 and b6, two bishops are very dangerous.
Well, I agree.
The knight
Okay,
d4
I don't
definitely
think it's
very
huge
strong.
advantage. I
but
just
yeah.
think that it's maybe a bit more pleasant to play this position as white. But guys, here is Stefana. Here we are
Two
both.
chess personalities.
Yes, so it's perfect. So you
Yes.
can see that it's not just engine. You
Yeah.
choose a path which you actually like and you prefer,
Exactly.
and where you feel comfortable.
Exactly.
That's very important. So thank you, Stefano, for coming here.
Yeah,
I like
no
that you're
worries, no
here. I'm
worries.
very happy. Really,
It's
I'm
your,
very
it's
happy.
the birthday present
Thank you.
from
Just
me.
that?
No, of course, of course not.
But just that?
I have more aces up my sleeve, so stay tuned. Okay, not during live, but during the day. So I think
But maybe some
That's-
live on social media. Just to
maybe. Who
Maybe.
knows? Who knows?
Okay, let's go back. So b4, take, queen e7, queen b1 was played a5, trying to create a pass pawn, take, castle, the most logical move, and then a4. And now knight d2, knight goes back. Okay, knight d2 is a very logical move, unless you can reach the c5 square. Like if rook is on c1 and bishop is not here, of course I will go to c5, but that's just a dream at this position. So
That
let's
looks like
go
a
back,
dream.
let's just maneuver with the knight, control a3 and open the bishop, yes?
Yeah.
Knight d2, rook b8, queen has to be moved, of course not on c2, because I don't want knight b4, either knight d4 to come with the tempo. So queen d1 and knight d4, and it seems that Claudia is doing a great job in the office today.
Yeah.
Do you prefer white's or black's position now?
Blacks, definitely. I mean, with the pawn on a4, I told you immediately when we saw the position that I'm afraid of a4 pawn, and it looks very dangerous. Okay, we need to know that Meri is a very resilient player, so I somehow
is.
believe that she will hold
Yesterday
this.
she lost and she had a tough game. She played for, I don't know, like 4.5 hours.
Yes.
And she could not save a draw somehow. But Vega plays brilliant turn. It's not just that she's a leader. Her games are brilliant games on this
Very
tournament.
practical. Yeah, I'm also very impressed with. She's playing just very practical chess and always putting some unpleasant positions for
She
her
was-
opponents. And I thought, honestly, considering yesterday's game, I thought when I saw that Meri didn't leave the opening with troubles, I thought that she will somehow create an edge, and she also had some initiative on the queen's side. But she was just playing. Vega was just playing fantastically.
But you know, Vega was here in studio. If you guys want to see the interview, go to ECU YouTube channel. And she was like, I asked her something about tournament and about the game of that day, because it was very sharp. She was playing against Mamadzada, I think, and she just, I don't know which word to say, not
she
to offend the
defeated-
opponent, but she just crushed.
Was it against
It was against
Fataliyeva?
Ulviyya.
Yeah.
Yes, it was against Ulviyya. I just remember Ulviyya made some critical mistake
Yeah.
from early opening.
Yeah.
But I was connecting that the position was sharp. She seems very, very well prepared, and she starts to laugh. But I saw some fire in her eyes. She
Sparkle,
said, "Yeah, I
yes.
tried." Yes, exactly. She was like. She wants to play this kind of
Aggressive
games,
chess,
aggressive,
yes.
unpleasant. She's very well prepared, very good time management. Everything seems to work very good.
She's doing a
for
great
her.
job. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Knight d4, rook a2. I just want to say there is a point also of this pawn, but once it is moved, then d3, as you mentioned before, rook a2, and rook came to c8, and now it's Meri's turn to see what to do with the bishop. It's kind of decision. Bishop d4, either just
only
to play
decision,
knight
no?
c4, for example. Well, there is the move bishop d4 to give up of the bishop, either to play knight c4 move. But knight c4, there is a problem that there is very interesting move e4, and I will show e4,
very
and then if
difficult.
bishop e4, of course, there is a move rook c4,
Oh.
which is just game over. But once e4 comes, then finally bishop is opened again, and on the other hand, this bishop is closed for a moment or for a while. We will maybe see if knight c4 will be
But
played.
what's the alternative to e4? Is there anything easier?
Actually, after rook c8, after knight c4 and e4, it starts to be very unpleasant. So there
But
is
what
the
if-
move e3. Did you have
can-
any other suggestion?
No, I thought like if black doesn't find e4, what are the because e4,
okay.
I mean, okay, of course that Claudia can find it, but somehow it looks very difficult also at the same time. So I was thinking like what were the alternatives, because you know she understands that she has
Bishop
the
e6 maybe? Oh, this doesn't work. No. Bishop d4.
Okay,
He
maybe some
takes
knight
d4.
b3, some
okay,
of,
I forgot. Sorry, I have different idea.
you have
I forgot. I forgot. Actually, once I moved the bishop from this
yeah.
diagonal, pawn is not
Yeah, yeah.
protected. That's why it was But I can play, for example, bishop b5
or knight b3 or just
or
some
knight
of-
b3 exactly.
Because what I want to tell you is that when you have the pawn on a4, you understand that this is the long-term asset, and that at some point it will become a winner, game winner. If you win the game, it will be because of the a4 pawn. So in these cases, if you have any doubts about the game, how it could go or so, you're normally preferring to keep things stable,
Or
balanced.
control.
Yes. So unless you're 100% certain that e4 is a winning move, I wouldn't play it. So this is why I asked you, are there any
I agree, but
alternatives?
for me, e4 is a very logical move.
Yeah.
Maybe I will say, sometimes I say to my, I didn't think about this move. But to be honest, at this position, after knight c4, somehow e4 just comes, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
It's
that's
on my
true.
mind.
Yeah, I agree.
It's on
I
my
agree.
mind. And there is this motive when rook is on a1
Yes.
So, okay, the point is that after rook c8, much better is just to take.
Yeah.
To decide
It's
to
the
give up
easiest.
from the bishop, and also this bishop is not so active
Yeah.
piece, and then to bring the knight.
But
And
then black
okay.
has the bishop pair. With the pawn on a4, it's just
It's just hard to play.
almost
To
lost.
bring the rook somewhere, I don't know, here, and
It's basically practically very difficult for white to play this.
it is. I'm not
think it's
surprised
just
that Meri is
crazy.
spending some time. She's on
Yeah,
24
she is
minutes,
in big
and
trouble.
they played just 22 moves.
She's in
She's
trouble.
in trouble. Okay, we will see later how.
Let's move on.
Let's move on, but this is moving on without me. Just a second. Yeah, my computer was working without me. Meri Arabidze. Oh, Laura. Laura is in time trouble almost every round. Is that typical for Laura? Maybe you know better. I don't remember.
Laura, well, I think that she recently started to have some time trouble issues.
We can see her on the screen. She's thinking. She had some coffee, and I said she's just enjoying there, playing her game, drinking coffee, and I said thinking, and then Valerie said thinking about, and I said we don't know about what she's thinking. You don't think always just about moves, but okay, this is ninth round. So once you sit there, you should think about the game and what.
She made the move, yeah.
She made a move. Okay. Let's see.
This is, I think, even when you don't have plenty of time as white here, it's just you can make natural moves without making a mistake, so I think she's safe.
Yeah, you know,
Not
this
to
was the
worry
moment
about.
where she was spending a lot of time, and we were surprised. Like h3, and then for knight f3, she was spending a lot of time, and we said it's just London system, one of variations. So let's just go
I
back.
just wanted to tell you that
course.
if you can switch to Golana Aydin and Sofia Gvetadze, she's just
Yes, of course. Which board?
I'm not sure. I just saw an interesting position. And give me a moment.
Tell me one of names. Gulenay, you said.
Yeah. Golana.
Wait.
She lost yesterday, but
Why he's not finding me?
maybe she just finished. That's
days.
why maybe we don't see the game, because she was having a fun. Now I don't see her either.
Maybe you can search in chess results, and you will give me this information. In meantime, while you don't find, I will just
That's okay.
go fast to moves which were made, because just logical moves, bringing rook to e1, bishop c4, improving the bishop, bishop b7, bishop h2. Always a useful move because you don't want knight h5 or knight d5 later on to come with the tempo. Knight e8, queen e2, knight c7. There are probably few plans, and still black is waiting and still white is waiting because they are still not sure what will happen also in the center. If I don't know, some pawn will be pushed, rook d1, and now it's turn of Nurgyul to see what she will actually do at this position, because let's see, there is good position of these 4 pieces keeping control that b5 will not work for black, which is a typical move which black wants to do at some point of the game. So last move, did you find the game?
Yeah, I found the game. It was 34, but no worries, no worries. We can go later to it.
Okay, let's just...
Yeah, there are also some other games that I saw now that are very interesting.
Okay,
so
let's go, because here nothing special is happening, so...
Okay, we can see Khotenashvili and Irina. It's very interesting position.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Open F file.
Yeah, it's
G5. Yes, here we G5 was kind
Irina
of...
is in time trouble also.
I was saying that Irina had tough tournament because she lost first round against 2100 player, but actually against Varvara Polyakova, who actually
made 3 out of 3.
3 out of 3. So later on you see that actually you played against quite a strong player.
To be honest, when the situation started to actually develop that way, I remember last year with Todora Inyac and Anastasia Kirtadze, and I saw Varvara on 3 out of 3, and Irina was at the moment at 2 out of 3, and then I realized, okay, we may have just the same story, because Irina was last year, she was a vice champion of Europe. She finished second in the European Women's Championship. The final round, she played for the first place against.
No, the 10th round.
She had chances until the last moment. Yeah, so she was in the race for gold until the last moment, eventually finishing second. So I thought that, yeah, this year we may have the same scenario. It's a crazy scenario, of course.
It is.
But I was thinking about it. And I'm very proud of her that she made a strong comeback, because she eventually lost the second game in the first half of the tournament. And now we see her back on the very top boards. She is in race for the medals again.
Exactly. I wanted to say what you just said, that I'm very happy that she made this comeback. I know how much she works on chess. She plays also a lot of tournaments. She doesn't have a lot of free time in meantime. So basically her life is chess, and after, you know, it's a huge success winning bronze medal on Europeans. So next
silver.
She won silver.
Why is it?
Yeah, and then next, when you come this year, actually it's next year from last year, just first place is working.
Yeah, it's logical.
It's logical. And
the
then
next
you
step
start the tournament like you started, and
she
you
was
just
very
have
upset.
to find motivation. That's problem. You have to find motivation to continue.
But to be honest, I think that now, and okay, I can even say that I was with Irina during the free day here. We had a nice walk in the town, in the center, and I told her this, that I thought we were having new Teodora. Actually, we were having Irina, who will make just 10 out of 10 in the last 10 rounds. And she told me the same. She said that was one of the things. I was very upset at first, but then that was one of the things I thought about.
Okay,
yeah,
maybe
Teodora won the tournament, still in chance. So I think that this story about Teodora from last year, I think it's very important, because then, I mean, she just taught us not to lose the hope.
Exactly.
And even sometimes to hope that we are just following her story. So thanks to Teodora.
Yeah, thank you, Teodora.
No, that's a huge thing, actually, what she did, and how she showed great fighting spirit. And it's
how
amazing what
she's able to just
it's
continue.
amazing what
she
did.
was I think the best ranked woman.
It's also
yes?
crazy.
at previous
Yes, in
Europeans.
Poland, yeah. Now in Poland at the Open tournament, she was the best ranked woman. She was having a fantastic tournament. She was on GM norm actually, but she was a bit unlucky and she
was pressing
losing
one game, which was actually
not only one.
draw.
She was pressing in many games, and she
No, I
had
think
winning
the most
positions.
critical game for the norm. She had very
She
good
was
position.
and she had winning positions against different. She had winning position against Stefansson, who is Icelandic champion GM. Now I don't remember exactly the names, but she had very good positions against well-known grandmasters, and then she ended up losing the games. And she was still quite upset, of course, because when you have so you're playing very well and you have a fantastic tournament, but somehow you cannot win the game. I felt bad for her, but she ended up again, you see, winning gold medal there as the best ranked woman. So she's showing and she's teaching us a very important lesson. I think that
I agree with you
should
completely.
Yeah.
I was mentioning her like maybe 5 times here because of her start mainly
Yeah.
and because of last Europeans. So yes, many thanks to Teodora for everything she's doing and
Yes.
showing in
She's
chess
doing a lot for
community.
women's chess. Yeah.
I agree.
So should we see? I have a suggestion to see this game a little bit more, and then maybe
Yes, and
yeah.
then maybe we can go to a small
to a
break.
short break. I would suggest. Yeah, maybe
I
Valerie
agree.
will replace me. We will see.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Let's go for a short break, and then we'll be back soon.
Thank you.
Hello and nice to see you again. This is Georgia Batumi, European Women Championship, and me, Valeri, and Sandra here with you. So we will continue with the games. I think
Welcome
so.
back.
I hope so. Yeah, thanks. So if you don't mind, we can go to the games where I see what I see on the first board, Sabrina Vega got the advantage. So let's go to that because it is a very important game. If she wins, I think she is almost the champion. Let's say like that, almost. I think that she is for sure the champion, but let's say that almost. So what happened here on the last moves? Let's take a look. This was the position few moves ago. C5, bad decision. The engine says instead of C5, what a complicated and unusual situation. Huh? How do you like the double rooks on D file? If you don't play C5, then pardon me, Mr. Engine, but why do you need the rooks on D1 and D2? Why C5 is so bad? So Engine says that H4 was the best move here. Okay, let's take a look at C5, which seems to me so obvious, yeah? First, what I see, it is obvious because of those rooks. If we put the rooks on D file, then we have to open up the D file, and rook A5, also a mistake. So, what's going on? Bishop E6, attacking the knight. Then, what's going on? Okay, I got something. Knight is hanging, that I understood. The knight is hanging on D5. So knight b6 makes no sense at all because just take and a2 pawn is hanging. This is a point. So no knight d5. What about knight? Wait a second.
Bishop a2 is also
where the
like
knight
if
goes?
knight e3.
For example,
Actually,
knight
dc5 first.
For example. Then
That's
just
fine.
Then just pawn up.
Ah,
So what's going on? After bishop e6, it seems that Black is gaining the material. Wow. Sabrina. After bishop e6 was getting the big advantage. She played rook a5.
Sabrina.
h4, another bad move. It was extremely necessary to move to e3 as fast as possible, to don't lose the pawn. Instead of that, she played h4. Bishop e6, knight c3, and just knight takes. Wait a sec, Sandra. I think we are there. We are talking about the champion. We are talking about the champion's game because Black has just a clear advantage for free.
Black will be pawn up, yes.
Yes.
Knight c5, dc5, and then Black is pawn up. Pair of bishops is still there. King is pretty much safe. I mean, king is safe.
Yeah, I mean, without
And,
pawn, the position also was okay, right? So
Right.
now it just pawn up. So knight takes d5, for example, and d takes c5. And just a big advantage. I mean, just a dream. Black has just a dream on the board.
And on the clock.
On the clock,
22
everywhere, and
minutes,
point
just
is
enough to take some time and
dream in the standings, everywhere. So Sabrina is making her dreams come true. Okay. We share a little bit of happiness with Vega, so let's go to the other players. Board number 2. Ulviyya Fataliyeva against Anastasia Natishina. Anastasia, which was too lucky yesterday, right? Or it was
right,
not?
she
Yeah,
made
yeah,
a draw at the end in
the losing position,
against
yeah.
Badelka, yes.
Against Badelka. So she keeps fighting and has, we can say, the good position with Black, with the mutual play. I don't think there is any attack on the king side. The only problem I have with Black, this is a h8 bishop. So maybe let's play e5. Yeah, it seems so obvious that to don't give white a chance to support that pawn like that and make my bishop
And
on
then
h8.
there is no hope
Yes.
for a bishop on h8.
So as we have a time, so last move was knight c4. Why not e5 here with the white? Let's take a look what's going on. Knight e3 definitely, and c2 pawn is going away. Okay, so bishop g5 was last move. Now e5 threaten. The threat is to play e5 with white, and e5 on our own. It seems like super necessary for black, and after that the black has quite promising position. As there is no attack, definitely there is no attack on h file and what to attack. There is even no ideas coming to the head how to attack that. And I can later attack that f6 pawn. I love black's position after e5.
Yeah, me too. Rook c6 also can come, queen e6. As you said, we can make some huge pressure on f6 pawn and just to capture it. Also, the knight on c4 is quite strong, and knight e3 could come later.
Okay, we understand that h8 bishop is not the best one on the board, but on the same time it is attacking the f6 pawn and forcing white to stay with the bishop on g5. So it is kind of equalizing that problem with white, h8 bishop versus g5 bishop. So it's absolutely okay. It's absolutely okay with black. Let's see. Anastasia Natishin has good chance to increase her position. I mean, maybe even to guarantee the top places. Yeah, if she wins with black, then I think she will be in the top 3 for sure in the end of the tournament.
Exactly. Now she's on second place, sharing with Aline. So.
And if Aline is losing and she is winning, it means that it will be a gap between the first and second place and other pointers. So, board number 3, Mai Narva against Ulviyya Fataliyeva. A little bit unusual positions. Yeah?
It was from the beginning unusual.
It was from the beginning.
Yes.
Unusual, yeah. So they have 16 moves to do, and not a lot of time on the clock. Mai Narva has 13 minutes for next 16 moves, and Ulviyya Fataliyeva has almost 19 minutes. The last move was king h8. The position seems like complicated with mutual chances. So maybe rook a d1 to improve the rook. Who knows? Maybe we need that rook there. Black could continue with b6. Okay, I will not go in the details in this position because there are a lot of different options and nothing concrete. A lot of different options. For example, with black, they can play b6, h6, rook d7, so on, so on. And nothing concrete is happening. The game is just with the mutual
There is
play.
also this pressure on f2 pawn, so knight has to stay on e4, although it's active square, but still.
Complicated game, very complicated game. I think everything will be clear there in the time pressure. So, next board, we have Olga Badelka against Anna Ushenina. Seems like Olga has an advantage. And the last move was not the best. Engine says queen e3. Okay, it's quite obvious to attack the e4 pawn and to activate the queen. Why not? White has definitely the advantage. I think there is the advantage even after rook e1. Of course, there is an advantage. Just for free. Look at the black's position, how stuck they are. The g7 pawn is hanging that the bishop could not leave the f8 square. The position is open, king is in the center. The pieces are not mobile and connected to each other. I think that black is in a big trouble. So maybe
she made some mistake in early part of the game by moving the knight from e4 and taking the knight on c3, which was very important and critical, I would say, decision of Anna. And I'm not surprised they entered to this position, which is, as you explained, more pleasant for white and promising.
And also she has to do 22 moves in 3 minutes. And the biggest problem here after rook e1 is that if black plays bishop b4, hoping that attacking the rook with tempo to do the castle on the next move, then I'm just taking on e4, and on castle I'm taking on g7. Okay, let's play this position. I don't mind with white.
And b4.
As I will be just pawn up with the unsafe king for black. Technically the position is just winning. It seems like Olga is very close to the victory. And with this time on the clock, it will be very difficult for Anna to do the best moves in a bad position. Let's say it's a bad position. Next board, board number 5. Here we have Meri Arabidze versus Claudia Coulon. this is a position that we have after move number 28. 12 moves still left. Claudia has 24 minutes and Meri has 8 minutes on the clock. So, and black is slightly better, very close to draw actually. The position is very close to draw, as knight on c4 is doing the great job stopping the pawn, and if black captures on c4, then just capture and capture on a4. This is just a dead draw. Okay, so we don't have to capture with black, but it is very difficult to find out here clear plan to improve the position, because the fact is that the white could take on a4. For example, if let's play the random move for black, like bishop d7, and just take on a4. That's an option. Take and take. 100 years. If I play next 100 years this with white, I will never lose this position. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
How to win here? How to win with black?
With this bishop on g7, which...
Yeah. Opposite color bishops, where the white bishop is doing a great job. Also the great knight on c4, which is not less than the rook. But of course it's not enough to create any problems to black. It's just enough to do the draw, just to hold the position. So let's see. Otherwise I don't think that white is dreaming to win the game here. I don't think there is a chance to win here with the white, ever. In the game was g4. g4, so bishop g2 is forced, and she played bishop g2, and now I still want to take on a4. So for example, if black just improves with rook c5 or something like that, I will definitely take on a4. So it seems that black does not have to give the chance, and for example queen a6, but in that case it will be queen a1. Now bishop takes c4 does not work because of rook a4, and white is better here. So, I mean, okay, there is nothing much to talk about this position. It is very close to draw, as I already told you. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Laura Unuk having a good position, extra pawn against Nurgyul Salimova. The last move was knight a8. So seems like knight b5 was better. Bishop takes b5 and knight f6. Still, I think white has all chances to win this game. Just pawn up.
She sacrificed the pawn by playing b5, but what else in the earlier part of the game? Because
yeah, just kind of
there were no clear plan for black, so she had to do something.
Now it is quite clear for white. Yeah, white has the open a file, so just go there and double up.
So everything works for Laura. Position and time. She's just on 7 minutes. It works perfect.
Yeah, 7 minutes is much more than enough, but actually she has to do 22 moves.
Yeah, but that's why I'm joking, because she's playing very good this tournament in time travel. So
that's correct. So Meri, let's take a look at Meri. As black did the move, rook. Wait, actually.
Rook c5 was on the board, or that's our analysis?
But that's my analysis. But I don't see what move did. Or Claudia just did the move.
Just made the move.
Somehow I thought it was Meri to move, so she did bishop f8. Here you are. There will be no better moment ever to take on a4 and just to do the draw.
So you know Arabidze, do you expect...
I don't think, no, she will not do it.
She will not do it.
She will not do it. She will play
That's
E3.
why I'm asking you.
Yeah, she will play e3. She will go on complications.
Wow, Ushenina made some mistakes on the fourth board. So not sure if we should go forward or just to go again, once again, to check what's happening, as Olga Badelka has huge advantage. And
what was going on
she
here?
decided to
Bishop
sacrifice
E7.
a pawn on g7.
Makes sense. Take, g8, bishop e5, take, and queen h3. Queen h7. Here I'm sure.
Why not?
Here I'm sure Olga will do that.
Why not?
And that's it. Queen h8 check is hanging, which is super powerful. Okay, I don't wish to have this position ever in my life. With black, with 2 minutes on the clock, with 18 moves to do. Okay, let's talk about something positive. So
Let's find something positive.
Meri Arabidze, what is she?
E3,
she's thinking?
as you...
No,
No, I think
she
she
played it.
E3.
Yeah. What to say? It's good when you see somebody is brave and ready for fighting, even with less time on the clock, even risking, yeah, by playing e3. White is definitely risking. If they don't create the counterplay, then a pawn just will not be a pawn later. It will be something like queen. So let's see. I think here Claudia will take her time, as she has multiple options, a lot of options, by the way. Taking on e3, taking on c4, rook e8, queen d7, there are a lot of options, so let her take her time here. And just go ahead. Bella Khotenashvili against Irina Bulmaga. So a while ago, Bella's position was much better. For example, here. The last move, queen d6. Yes, and I was considering exactly knight d1. That makes sense. To go here. Yeah. If black plays just the obvious move, then knight e3. And then go here. After knight f5, big advantage.
Yes.
So she decided to do here h4. h4 is, okay, you already know, dear chess friends, h4 on this tournament is like a common thing. Without h4, sometimes we could not sleep, could not eat, and so on. So h4 has to be there. And then let's start playing chess. So h4. Definitely it makes sense. It is weakening the black's king. That's for sure. But I love that knight d1, knight e3. Yeah. For example, if black continues with rook a d8. Then what are we doing with white? Okay, take. Then what's the problem?
Can I still play this idea with knight d1, knight e3, knight f5?
Now if you play knight d1, there is just an amazing
That's why rook
knight
d8.
e4 and
Okay.
d4 pawn is hanging.
I understand.
So
it's too
now the
late.
things, yeah, now the things become a little bit tougher for white. Okay. So we have this position actually. Yes, she played rook d8, take, queen e3 and knight e4. Yes, we see. So bishop takes e4 maybe is an option. D takes e4, knight b5. And on queen b6 just to take on e4. Here you are. Now black could not take on b5 because of the checkmate there. Bishop takes, rook takes, and voila! Queen g6. Lovely ending of the game. So black has to capture, and on knight b5, queen b6, queen takes e4, they can just do f5. Rook takes f5. Now we continue being crazy. Take. Now taking on b5 makes no sense for black because of the same checkmate, dear chess friends.
Yeah, we had some moves in meantime.
We have?
Yes, knight came to
Unfortunately.
e4, rook came to d8. So
No, that I already said. Yes, I already showed that. That
that
happened.
was in that happened. Okay,
Yeah,
I
that
missed that
happened.
while I was
Yeah.
searching for.
Queen e3, knight e4. This is a position, and we are considering with white to take, and knight b5. And on queen b6 to take on e4. f5 only move. Rook takes f5, bishop takes f5, rook takes f5, rook takes f5.
Queen g6, knight
takes
f7.
yes.
Okay.
Rook
I
f8,
saw this part.
and just queen e4. Take on b5, still bad because of this, and this.
And again.
Queen e6, and on king h8
Just to capture the
Hello.
bishop and knight g6.
yeah, big advantage. So after queen takes f5, rook f8, extremely necessary, queen e4, and rook f6 to stay like that. But I still like white's position, you know, a4, and let's play this. On a6, knight c3, take on b2, and knight f3. Attacking the bishop on e7. Going back with the great ideas. So queen takes e3, queen takes e7, rook f7, queen takes g5. I don't think that white is risking anything here, as well as black, actually.
Yeah, I prefer white's position, and for sure
yeah,
everyone would choose
risking.
white's position.
White is not risking. Let's go ahead a little bit. So here we have already the result with the white. Dava Demberel Nomin Erdene. That's a chess player with white. By the way, she was the only Mongolian which became the champion of Asia. Yes.
And World Youth
And World Youth, yes.
Chess Championship in her age.
As I remember, the peak rating was 2490. Yes, she was
in 2016.
She was very promising young chess player. Then somehow she managed to lose more than the 100 points from Mongolia. She moved to Hungary. She moved to Hungary. And now she's doing European Championship. That was not possible before, as before it was possible only to play in Asia. Now it's possible to play in Europe, but not possible to play in Asia.
She had a really tough start. She had 1 out of 3. That's the problem with her tournament. After that, she was doing great. Actually, 6, 7, and 8 rounds, she made 3 out of 3. And then today against Dinara Wagner, we saw from previous games how much she's prepared for this tournament and her games, and she's just very strong chess player. So I guess draw was fine. For actually both players.
Okay, they drew with Dinara Wagner. And here Elina Danielian is winning against Anna Maya Kazaryan. So originally both from Armenia. They meet each other on the 9th round on the 9th board. Armenians, and Elina is winning her game. This is a position. Let's take a look a little bit more. Let's go let's dive a little bit. So what's going on? The material is equal, but black can be 2 pawns up after queen takes g5, so it's not equal. King b1 and b3. Let's go ahead. C takes b3, and the point was to enter with the queen on d2. And that's it.
And this looks extremely dangerous.
Just winning. Also the time trouble for white. Elina has enough time, at least more than the opponent. It means that, Danielian will win this game. Let's go a little bit ahead, where we have Alexandra Zhereptsova against Mariam Mekricyan. And somehow Alexandra's position is quite tough. Black has an extra pawn. Black has 24 minutes against 37 seconds for Alexandra. And Mariam, I think, has an excellent chance to win this game. Why not? 2 extra pawns on the king side, let's say so. What was the last move here?
Alexandra was playing great tournament, and then she lost in the 8th round against Elin, and today she doesn't have... You can do in this type of the tournament, where you have 11 rounds, it's very tricky.
Yeah,
you
it's
can
a long
start
distance.
slowly, and you can make some mistakes in early part of the tournament, but later on you have chance to improve and even to take a medal.
Or comebacks.
Exactly, but this way, like, she has 5.5 out of 8, and she had 5.5 out of 7. She lost, and if she loses today, it's just suddenly you forget what happened in first part of the tournament, and that you were doing brilliant.
Yes.
You just forget. It starts to be like nightmare.
Yes. This is actually the experience. This is connected. Everything is connected to each other, right? So, for example, just imagine Alexandra Zherevtsova. Just compare two players, random players. For example, Alexandra Zherevtsova and Elina Danielyan. Elina Danielyan was not on the top boards. Yeah, we never saw her. Zherevtsova was always on the top boards. After today's game, nobody will remember that what was happening there.
That's
it will be the
pity,
fact.
but it's true.
It will be the fact that Elina Danielyan will be on the top boards, and Alexandra Zherevtsova will be somewhere on the 30th or 40th. This is sports, this is life, so when you are doing such a kind of tournament, you have to be ready from the first move till the last move of the last game. So sometimes you can fall down, of course, let's compare it to life, but you have to stand up and keep fighting and keep going. What Elina Danielyan did, and she's doing it perfectly. Who knows, by winning last two games, where she will be and what place she will take, right?
Right.
Okay, so here is black to move. That's another problem, that it's black to move, and just taking on c4 is promising the victory, I think so. Take on c4, take on e1, take on e1. It has to be winning. Technically, it has to be winning. Of course, very difficult to convert it to the victory, but still, with 30 seconds on the board, I think the mission and target will be easier to reach.
Yeah. I agree. We mentioned Danielian, but she plays against Anna Maja Kazarian, and
No, I did not mean the
you
opponent.
just,
No,
you
I
just
just
connected-
compare, yes, the
okay.
random chess players. Yeah, because Elina Danielyan is winning today. Yeah, she has absolutely winning position. And how many points she has? It's just interesting.
she has 5.5.
So if she wins, it's going to be 6.5.
Right.
Winning last two games, it will be top 3 places for sure.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. And what tournament is she doing? Yeah, as we are. Yes, she starts with 3 points out of 5. Yeah, 3 points out of 5, and now she will be in the leaders.
3.5 out of 4. If she wins the game is still in progress, but she will win.
Yeah, 3 victories in a row, right?
Right.
Last 3 games.
Right.
That's amazing. Okay, let's move ahead a little bit. Olga Zimina against Javakhishvili. It was quite complicated game, as I remember, with a lot of up and downs. Yes, here white has a big advantage. King g7. Now just rook takes just rook takes d8, queen takes d8, and rook a8. That's so simple thing. And on rook b7, rook a7. This is my point. And that's it. Okay, instead of that, white played going back with the great ideas later. This is another clear example. Okay, it happens. It happens. h5, h4, rook b8. Okay, now still the advantage, but not so big. So take on b6, take. Queen f3. Oh. Just queen f4, my friend. Queen f4. Okay,
My
queen
friend.
f3. Rook d7. It was very strong move to play rook d5 here.
Actually, it's also obvious move because rook
It's
f5,
obvious.
maybe you
It's
block the
obvious.
pawn, bishop on
Do you know
b2
what is the point? The
I don't-
point is that f7 pawn is hanging later. So, for example, if black captures here, then just rook a7 immediately, sorry. And
so
if I
don't
have a
queen
rook on
f6.
f5, on d5, then I'll play rook f5 on that move.
Yeah,
And
that's
I'm
what
good.
I was mentioning. Also, rook f5 is as option.
Yeah.
The difference, of course, after bishop
That's
d4,
the
queen
point.
d4, there is queen f6. So it's extremely important to play rook
Yes.
a7 immediately after bishop d4.
So, that's why queen f4 was better, and on rook d5 here on queen f4, then there is rook a8. And I'm changing the direction and going different way. Now taking on d4 does not work because another rook comes here, and in case of rook f5, d4 bishop is just hanging, simply hanging, right? Bishop takes d4 and that's it. Yeah, So that's what a big difference, huh, Sandra? Queen f3 is huge advantage. Queen f4 is huge advantage. Queen f3 is nothing special at all. But Lela missed that chance. She played rook d7, rook d1. Still queen f4 was good. Oh. Why?
Yeah, because she's playing on 3 minutes. She is closer to time trouble.
Okay.
She finally entered and she started what you actually sometimes do. Just
Now
to
I
go
like.
back with
Now I
pieces.
like Lela's position. I definitely like Lela's position.
So pawn
Okay.
on d4 will fall.
Yeah, that's it. Bishop takes d4 if I want so. Bishop takes, c takes. I'm not risking to lose this game
Anything.
with black.
d3
ever.
will come. Pawn is very
Yeah.
well protected, and
No, it's big troubles. Big troubles for Olga here.
I
and
choose
in time
black's
trouble.
pieces here.
Definitely. Maybe obviously by engine moves, white gonna equalize, but until that, you know, it's kind of the distance
is
until
engine.
the moon. Huh?
I say engine is engine, and
Engine is, yes.
in our playing venue they're just human
Engine
beings.
is on fire, and here you are. Knatishin is winning her game.
Let's go, to the second board. I just
You wanted to say that.
Yes.
Yeah, you wanted to say that. So
Wow.
something very huge
Went
mistake
wrong
happened.
for Ulviyya,
Let's
yes.
take a look. Rook c7, this, knight c4, bishop e5. Anastasia did not miss that chance. Queen f3, rook c6, as we said. Oh,
Why not rook f1 or something?
oh. Ulviyya miscalculates something. She thought that she's just checkmating after queen h3 or what? Knight e3, take on e3 and take on e6. This and this. Just bishop.
Just bishop g7, and look
And,
at
yeah,
the queen
rook
and
is stuck
rook and how
forever.
much time white
Completely
will...
winning. Completely
Actually,
winning.
it's almost impossible. Rook has to go to h4 and then somehow
Then
to move the queen,
and then move the rook
but
again,
there
and
is
then
no time
again.
for that.
Of
c2
course,
is
c2.
also hanging.
Yeah, and on rook c1 there will be just queen c3, and on rook h4, for example, it will be just queen d2.
And
Then rook
Ulviyya has
f2.
just 1 minute. Anastasia is on 20
losing.
minutes,
Completely losing.
so wow.
So maybe Anastasia will be third-time guest for us.
Maybe. So this is actually what you were saying, let your opponent to make mistakes. I would say that here Ulviyya just helped her opponent.
Yes.
She just chose wrong idea. She overestimated, I guess, the plan.
That's correct.
And
Yeah.
but
Why she thought that she was winning? Maybe she just missed the simple bishop g7, you know? These kind of things are happening sometimes. Once, and you just are missing something very simple. Something very simple. Yeah, okay, what to do? This is life, as we mentioned a lot of times. So, let's keep going. Let's take a look if she continue and how they continue. This g5 was the last move. Now black is thinking. So maybe rook f4, why not? How do you think? Why not to play rook f4?
well, I like to sacrifice rook for knight or bishop, and
to,
I actually
to open up that bishop.
Yes. When I was a champion, national champion in Serbia, I had 3 games sacrificing
Oh,
rook for.
out of
so
9 or 11?
I
or-
like. Sorry.
Out of 9 or how many games? 11? 9?
Let me remember. It was in 2009. I think 11 games. 11 for sure. Now I remember. It was very tough championship, but I somehow played really good. So I like rook f4.
Yeah.
That was the point. I would go for it.
Also, I want to trade these queens. Then the rook will be hanging. So, for example, knight takes f4, e takes f4. Now rook is hanging on a1. If rook goes on c1 to
But
support
also
the
idea
c2
bishop
pawn,
c3 at some point. E2. No. Okay.
there are a lot of things
I
actually
don't like
happening
that.
here.
King
There's
just
queen
comes to
c3
f2
here.
and-
Queen c3 is winning immediately. Yeah, here that's it. And I'm just promoting.
Yeah, I'm sure Ulviyya is
And
aware
then rook
of
h4.
situation over the board, and
Just queen d2 and then push and promote. Oh, rook f4 is very strong. Let's see if Anastasia will do this move. Rook f4 is very interesting.
Did we mention that on fourth board, Anna Ushenina lost the game and Olga won?
Already, already. They
Already
ended up
done,
already.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. A very unlucky and heavy game for Anna Ushenina. So after queen h7, it was rook d8, a3. The moves like a3 is kind of psychological trick. You know, you are just doing the move in the good position, mostly when the opponent is a time trouble, and just asking her, what do you want? And in that moment, some mistakes are happening. Okay, white is pawn up here, take on f2, loses the rook immediately. If Anna did not take on f2, the position is still very bad.
You know, Olga made 5.5 out of 6 in last 6 rounds. So she had.
And she was winning that half-pointer game
and
also.
she was winning, exactly. But okay, still it worked good for her to make a draw yesterday, because today she won the game, so it's 1.5 out of 2.
Something very unexpected happened in Laura Unuk and Nurgyul Salimova's game. Laura had a big advantage. Not here, but a while ago, here. This is a game where she was pawn up. You know, we talk about it.
Yes.
She was just pawn up, and now she's in a big troubles. Bishop b3, again going back with the great ideas later, but now it's kind of forced to go back, but maybe on a2 was better, because here c4 with tempo. Knight, oh, what a huge miscalculation, and now knight on b5 is in trouble. And no pawn up anymore. The position is equal, and later something also wrong happened with the white's position. Oh, bishop d6 was so wrong. Just taking on e6 was promising the draw, let's say so.
Can I play rook e8?
Where?
No. I thought after bishop d6, rook e8, and then there is this rook e6 attacking.
Yes, rook b8 is coming.
Yeah, rook b8, I just saw. It's better to take on d4.
So take on d5, rook b8, another bad move, and after queen e6, black is kind of winning, just imagine.
Yeah, that was my idea with rook on e8, but of course it doesn't work.
Because in case of taking on
You
f8,
just take.
we just take, then we
Bishop
just
d3
take
doesn't
on
work
e4.
because queen is protected on e6.
That's it.
Wow.
That's
So
it.
time trouble at this game.
So it does not work always. It does not work always to be in time trouble. Elin Roberts against... Oh, now the things became... Somewhere Sabrina missed the advantage. Somewhere, let's see. So d takes c5. So she made the mistake immediately in the position where we are considering that black is much better. So she did not take on c5 with the knight. What she was afraid of. Why not to take on c5? To me it seems like, why not? Why do I need the knight on d7, which will be the object to attack on d5 always? H takes g5, h takes g5, knight e4. c4, knight dc5, take, and bishop f7. Knight d7. Now Elin got her chance. Rook d8, take on c4, no extra pawn on the board. Knight c6, take. So I think they will agree on draw soon. Yeah. That's not a big time trouble there, as it is move number 38, so only 3 moves to do for Sabrina Vega, and the position is without any troubles for black. It seems like it is very close to draw.
So if they agree on draw, Sabina will have 7.5, and Elin will go to 7 points, but Hnatishin will go to, if she wins the game, she will go also to 7.5. So basically,
Yes.
Sabrina and
And
Hnatishin
she has
will
a good
share
tie breaks.
first place.
She has a good tie breaks. I'm talking
Yes.
about Anastasia Hnatishin. She has the best tie breaks, actually. Okay. Let's move ahead. So here we said that it is very close to draw here. And you see, Anastasia, sometimes I love to see her games. She did rook f4. She did every decisive moment and critical moment. Mostly she is doing the best moves.
That's true.
Yes, somewhere when nothing so special is happening, then she is doing some errors. But when it is necessary to fully focus and do the only best move, she is always doing it.
That's true.
Wow, now Black is just winning. Black is completely winning here.
Maybe the only chance like to sacrifice the rook.
And
on
she did it.
G7.
She did it, but
And just to pray to God, like please
Yeah.
God, please.
now queen is hanging, so you have to trade the queens also. How you gonna survive in the rook's endgame here? No way at all. No way. So on rook
Exactly.
f1 it will be rook takes c2, rook takes f4. And tell me the move for black here, please.
There is no move. We have a comment from 0 to minus 2.55, something like that, but that's chess. That's actually why chess is so tough
Yeah.
game. You can play whole game, brilliant
So,
game, and just
Could
one.
you tell me the move here for black? It is black to move. So I will tell you in advance. If you play rook c1, I'll play rook f1. And nothing bad is happening. Nothing so
So then
bad.
rook d2 with idea, so I can push e2.
Yes. Also, you can take on a2 if you want so.
So
The best move here is rook takes h2. It's crazy, no?
rook takes h2.
Rook takes h2 is the best move.
I missed it. Yes.
And if white takes that rook after e2, that's it, the queen. And then we can take the queen side pawns. Yeah, first take on h2 and then take the queen side pawns. So, for example, on rook f3, then take on a2, take on e3, and rook b2. Oops, sorry. Take on e... Yes? I mean, I didn't do the move. Okay. Rook f3, take on a2, take on e3, and rook b2. Rook a3, rook takes b4, rook takes a6, rook takes e4, game over. Rook h2 is amazing. It's just an amazing. So this is a position, and Natishin is thinking. It's very interesting. What is she thinking about?
Is she? No, I think.
I
it
think
has
she
to be
captured,
few
and
moves,
later she is thinking, yeah.
Exactly.
Because I don't have that new
There is
move.
no other move, so I'm sure that she played.
No way to think
King
in that
G7.
moment.
Let me see.
Yes, King
maybe.
G7, Queen
Okay.
F3 happened. Now Queen C3. It's just There is nothing much to analyze here. I'm completely sure Anastasia will win this game. And Mai Narva, some up and
She's
downs.
pressing.
Some up and downs here, I think, because after knight c2, no. Why up and downs? It was equal, right? Yes, it was equal a while ago. Yeah, with the knight e4, we are saying that. So f3, knight d4, that's a time trouble, time pressure. A lot of mistakes. Knight takes c3 take and knight c2. Instead of that, just play knight f5, do the draw and have a rest. Yeah. Because I don't think that black is risking to win. Yeah, no way to win with black this position. How to win, where to win. Mostly after knight c2. So just take on d8, take and rook e2. Now, what are we doing with that knight? Knight is in trouble. Knight a3 seems like an only move. Okay, rook d1 check does not create any troubles for me. I'll play just even king f2 is possible. Even king f2 is possible. So it seems like a big advantage.
Yes, so you were not here from the beginning. Games were very slow. Stefano was here with me. We were analyzing a bit, but also talking about players and chess and about all the things connected with the chess. But suddenly, I mean, we will see a lot of decisive games. Like, we see Ulviyya is not doing great. Most probably Natishin will win. Mai is pressing.
Olga won her game. Meri Arabidze having not great position, and probably she has to try to save the game and to make a draw. Laura Unuk made some huge mistakes in her time trouble. If we look to the position, we can say that Nurgyul has perfect chance to win the game. Khotenashvili will win the game. She has completely winning position against Irina Bulmaga, who were having she had some great comeback, but Bella will stop her.
Yes, yes. Let's take a look at Meri. What's going on? We did not review that for a long time. Ooh. Okay. Very tough position.
That's all. It is tough position. We see reverse color of bishops, which can help actually Meri to save this game and to play for a draw. On the other hand, there is this very important pawn on a4, which can actually help to Claudia to convert her advantage and maybe to win the game. Still, nothing is clear here. I
Yes.
think we can have two results. One is a draw and one is 0-1, so win for Claudia. That's just what will most probably happen here.
Yeah. That's true. This is the control is over also. The time control, the first time control is over. Okay. Let's take a look at the first board where we have completely drawish position. Now it is very easy game. Also the first time control is over. Mai Narva is completely winning, you see, because of that knight c2. Black just lost the game. Knight is trapped. Rook c1. Now we can play first take on b6, for example. Take, queen a8 check, king h7, and rook. Oh my god, here is even rook e8, just ending up the game.
We see that Danielian finished her game and she
Elina
won the
won.
game against
Yes.
Anna Maya.
Elina won. Mai Narva is thinking in this position. She has 5 seconds on the clock. And move. We need move. There is no more time.
I guess that it's Ulviyya's turn by looking at the screen. It looks like she is ready to make a move. And also these 5 seconds.
Yeah, I don't have the new move, unfortunately, but it's a fact.
Mai
that
Narva
they
won
did.
bronze last year on European individual. And this year she has big chance if she wins this game for a battle for gold.
Look what
medal.
I have here. Queen a1. What a
This
technical
didn't
issue.
happen. But it's pity to have technical issues now when we have
Yeah.
time troubles and so many interesting games.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't see what's going on there, but definitely queen is on the board.
I see white's queen on f8 on the board, and like knight on f5 most probably. But that's
How
not
to
enough.
guess what happened
Let's see.
here?
Let's then check other games.
How to guess? That was most interesting.
It was.
I was just
I
looking
agree.
at this because it was most interesting. Here, Ulviyya Fataliyeva is in an absolutely winning position. Bella Khotenashvili already won against Irina Bulmaga in the time pressure. Elina Danielian, we saw she won. Here, here Mariam Mekrichian did not capture on c4 on the moment when we were considering, and now white has a good chances to survive, and the time trouble is over. Simina Olga is winning. How they managed to do that? Oh my gosh. So black was absolutely okay here. Absolutely okay. Queen f5, king g1, and bishop b5. Such a huge blunder. Rook g8, king h7, and queen c8. Oh, unfortunately for Lela, it's so sad. Yeah, bishop b5, it's a last move of the time trouble. And that's it. Now he's just losing, just a checkmate hanging there. So it's just time to resign. And
we see also
Ulviyya resigned.
resignation, yes.
No, not all. Yes, Ulviyya
Yes, on
resigned.
third board.
Yes.
Mai
Ulviyya
Narva.
resigned.
7 out of 9.
Yep. Ellen
Wow,
Roberts,
what a
no?
tournament.
What a tournament.
Can you
yeah.
imagine 10th and 11th round, how interesting will be, and most
It
probably
will be
till
for
the end
sure.
we will not know who will be the winner.
No, how many points you said? 7 points
7 out
for
of
Mai
9.
Narva.
Yes.
Yes.
And Sabrina is on 7 points, but her game is still in progress. So Sabrina and Anastasia, Anastasia, Lynn, they have good chances for.
Yeah, Anastasia
leading
is
place on this
absolutely
tournament.
winning. There is nothing much to continue here at all. That's the last move of the time control, and there is no option to move, to do the mistake, as any of the moves is okay for black. Any of it. Even King F8 is okay. Any of them is okay, so she will do that move. I mean, King H8 is the best, but any of them works. Just any of them works. I'm not sure about even this is working. So take, and Rook D1 check. And then E2 and game over. Yeah. Okay, as we see, the time troubles, time pressures are over. Meri Arabidze is struggling, yeah. It will be very difficult to do the draw here. Very difficult. Okay, Sandra, we passed the time controls, the first time control, so we are a long time in the in live broadcasting, by the way, so we can do the short break as the games are till the to the end, and we will be back soon and review and continue broadcasting again. See you.
See you.
Hello everybody, and we are back from Batumi, Georgia, and we have round number 9 in progress. We have a lot of results already, some few games left, and we can consider what's going on there. This is me, Valerie, and Sandra with us. So we can go straightly to the games. Board number 1, still in progress. Here we have Elin Roberts versus Sabrina Vega, and the position is dead draw, let's say. It's absolutely drawish position. Last move was king d7. Here rook b5 is not working because of rook takes c6, b takes c6, bishop takes b5, c takes b5, and after king e3 it is a winning pawn's endgame. So for example, king d7, king e4, king e6, and just g4. Now if the king goes on the left, our king goes on the right, and if the king goes on the right, then our king goes on the left. And that's it, it's winning. That's why Sabrina Vega played king d7 here. Now she is threatening to play rook b5, I think so. So for example, just a random move for white and rook b5. Let's take a look. Rook takes c6. Now does not work because of king takes. Take. And now white has to be careful to don't lose the game. The point is to push f4, so e5 with black. King e3, king takes b4, king e4, b5, king takes e5, king a3, f4, g takes f4, king takes f4, b4, g5, b3, g6, and so on. It is just a draw. So we have some moves or just one move.
Bishop d3 on the board.
Bishop d3, yes?
Yes.
So rook b5, as I was saying. Rook b5. Maybe rook g4 makes sense here for white. And on rook takes b4 to take on g5, but still the position is absolutely drawish. Absolutely, just a dead draw. Okay, next board, Ulviyya Fataliyeva lost against Anastasia. Mai Narva won versus Ulviyya Kiolbasa. Olga Badelka 1-0 against Anna Ushenina. Meri Arabidze is playing. This is the position that she has. The position is quite tough. So the only chance here for white is, okay, first of all, bishop on f1 is hanging, and then checkmate is hanging. So for example, if we do the random move with white, then the rook takes f1, rook takes d4, rook g1 check, king h2, rook h1 check, king g2, and rook g1 checkmate. This is a threat. So the only option here white has, this is rook a8 check, king g7, rook e4. As if black captures on f1 now, then we are good. Rook takes g4, king goes somewhere, and rook takes d4. And we are good with white. But here, after rook e4, black has a very strong f5, and white is forced to capture on d4. Rook takes d4. And, okay, this position is just losing. This position is just losing.
Any hope for Meri?
I don't think so. How, where? I mean, this position is the best that she can get. That's the best. She has to find out that she can get this position. But even this position is technically absolutely losing, right? That rook d1 is a threat again. Rook d1 is coming. How to stop that rook d1? I don't see how to stop it. Okay. It seems like Claudia Coulon will win this game. A very unfortunate result for Meri. She lost the previous game. Now she is losing second game in a row.
Two very important games.
Yes, of course.
8th and 9th round, and
yes.
she will stay on she will have 6 out of 9.
Yeah, next board we have Laura Unuk with Nurgyul Salimova. Here Nurgyul is completely winning. There is nothing to consider. It is white to move and check is hanging, but checkmate is hanging, but there is a check already on the board and king has to move. For example, it moves somewhere, but where actually? It's a good question. Where moves the king? Where it can go? That's a big problem, that the king could not go anywhere on the good square. So the problem is that king could not stay on h2 because of knight h3 check. King g2, knight f4 check. King h2, knight e6 check. King g2 and just bishop f8. Yeah, and that's it. So one more time, on knight f4, if white plays king f1, then there is queen b1 check, forcing white to play rook e1, then queen d3 check, and on king g1 just queen f3. Game over. Another option, on knight f4 check, if white plays king g1, then king g1 already was there, king h1. Then it will be queen b1 still, and on king h2 it will be knight h5 discover check. Or even we can go immediately to what? To knight e6 maybe. Wait a sec. Here we have to think a little bit. Maybe this makes sense. Knight d3 check is king g2 and knight e1 check, and that's it.
Knight f3 is coming.
Yes, knight f3
No
discovery
matter
check. So white
what.
has to capture on e1. So the position is completely winning, as you see, dear chess friends. Let's refresh it. Maybe we have the new move, but I don't think so. Yes, we don't have a new move. The game will be over soon here. That's a fact. Next, we have the results till the end, until Alexandra Zhreptsova against Mariam Mkrtchyan, where Alexandra managed to survive in this game. She blocked those pawns, and it seems like draw. Bishop takes f5, it is white to move, so knight h5, for example, king takes e4, knight g3, king e5, for example. Not for example, actually that's the only move. Yeah, on rook e8 check, it will be bishop e6, just a simple draw, and on knight e2, it will be rook e1, knight d4, take on g4. No, take on g4, it will be rook e8. So here let's be a little bit clever.
Yeah, I was doing like yes. I also blundered rook e8.
Let's make it a little... No, actually this could be also the draw, you know? Just, I mean, what's the problem? How to lose this with white, yeah.
Then this will be a draw.
Yes.
If
so
even this position
any
is a
of the
draw.
moves is okay here with white, but I just don't want to give any chance, so maybe rook e3. Rook e3 seems like a best option. Yes, that's very solid move. Dead draw. This is a dead draw. And that's it. That's it. No more games in progress. So it seems like the longest game will be again Meri Arabidze's game. Somebody did the move. Alexandra Zhreptsova did the move. Let's take a look. What did she do? Yes, she took on f5. That's logical that she took on f5. For black, what to do for black? More than knight h5. I don't know what to do here. More than that. So maybe take on f5, king takes, and then knight h5. But what's the point after bishop e5? I'm not risking to win with black at all. No chance, right? No chance to win. So then it makes no sense just to give some risk. Why? What for?
She was much better, yes.
Oh, that was the moment when we were considering.
almost-
I will show it to everybody. The moment when we were considering. Here was the moment. Knight c7, king d2, and of course taking on c4. She did not took it. Of course, take the c4 and just exchange the rooks. That's a best option to somehow win the game. Otherwise, the pair of the bishops is very strong. I mean, a big power that Alexandra used. So here, I think technically it has to be winning. It has to be winning technically. So rook takes e1, bishop takes e1, and a5. I want to play maybe even a4. So b3 and knight a6.
Yeah, and king c6.
That has to be.
Later, and these three pawns against one on the king side.
Has to be, yes. I mean, that's the best chance. Otherwise, look at this, what happened. She played just h6, then rook f1, just f6, and and that pair of the bishops did the job. Yeah, still advantage, but yeah, here white could do, what could do? No, bishop e6, okay. g4, not g4, okay, then what to do? Rook d8 check, king e7. Yeah, it's nothing happening here. That marks are like from the fantasies of our friend Engine. So king d7, king f4, yeah, just a draw. Knight h5 check, this is what Mariam did. King takes e4 is an only option. Otherwise, in case of taking on g4, there will be knight takes g3, and white will be piece down and absolutely losing position. So there is actually nothing to think. The only move is to take on e4. There is not even king g5, because just taking on g3, the same trouble for white. So it means that the extremely only move is to take on take on Alexandra.
I'm waiting.
You have few time, so just take it. Just take on e4. Oh, it means that she is tired. Yeah, that definitely means, because it's just 2 moves calculation. It's not like considering the plans and listen to the feelings, which way to go, which one is better. Here is just a clear calculation for 2 moves. But tiredness, yeah, round number 9. She played a lot of complicated, tough games and also long games.
Yes.
So here we have the result of it. She's thinking, I will not be surprised even if she will blunder now something, yeah? Because she's thinking like she's considering different options. Look at this.
And there are not a lot of options.
There is no option at all. But she's considering. And Mariam also letting her to do that. She's not like surprised why the opponent is not doing the move. She also plays with her like there is something happening at the different options.
We can see that on the screen. She's also full focused, like she needs to be.
Yeah, like it's not clear what to do there. Interesting moment, by the way. Interesting moment. Okay. It's surprising. Surprising. What is she doing? It's
King
actually
G4, Knight
surprising.
G3, so she has to.
What is she thinking about? What an interesting
Do we
moment.
have
Zoom or what do we want?
No, I thought if we have correct position, actually, if this is the position in which Alexandra is taking some time to
I will
decide.
ask our operator to zoom this board if it is a chance, as we can see from the board, if we are on the correct, but I'm completely sure we are on the correct position, so we like to zoom in this board if it is possible. It will be very nice. Oh, I just informed that on this board we don't have any zoom to get closer. But why is she thinking though?
Now she will make a move.
And she captured on e4. Yeah, that's why chess is a very nice, interesting, and on the same time tricky game. White capture, black capture on g3, and Alexandra played king e5. Now black to move, and I think here Mariam will take her time, as there are different options. One is knight takes f5, knight e2, rook e8, so on. Knight takes f5, just to consider this, and rook g8. Somebody could think that it's an advantage for black, but not, because we're capturing that pawn immediately. We're just capturing that pawn immediately. And nothing works in the pawn's endgame there, it's just a draw. Yeah, king b5, king f2, king b4, king e3 definitely, king takes b3, king d4, just move by move. It's draw just with tempo in tempo. Take on b2 or a5 does not matter, then king c5, king takes b2 and king b5. White is on time. Oh, now we zoom it.
Okay, now we have clear situation.
So,
we will not
she was
wonder
thinking,
anymore.
Yeah, in that position, she was thinking the position that we are considering. Okay, thank you very much for zooming. Now we can go back. Thanks a lot to our operator. So it's a draw, as we already said. But okay, where to look for chances? I have no idea where to look for chances. Knight f5 is just tempo in tempo, draw. Rook e8 check, what's the point of rook e8 check? There will be bishop e6, and when the knight goes, for example, on h5, it will be even king d6. Just a simple draw also. Okay, let's try to move at other board. Ellen Roberts, yeah, completely drawish position again. So she did not play rook b5. I mean, Vega did not play rook b5 here. She played b5, and on rook g4, just king d6. That makes sense. Okay, just a draw, just a dead draw. What else we have? We have Meri Arabidze. Oh, she did not do even what I was saying. I think so. Yes, she did not do that. Here she decided to capture. Wait a sec. So, rook takes a4. Instead of rook takes a4, there was some chances with the rook e4. But rook e4, how it's a chance? If black just captures on f1, there is... Oh, what a nice chance! With the piece down, what a nice chance! And rook a6. Oh my god. So on king h7, there is rook f8. Oh, rook f8 and that's it. So, look at this, what a chance for white in this position, instead of taking on a4 to play rook e4. That's a great chance. That's a chance. And black has only one move to continue with advantage. This is bishop d8, rook a8, f5, and yeah, it's winning. So bishop d8 is still winning. Rook a takes a4 is necessary. Rook takes f1 and rook takes g4. This is winning for black. But bishop d8 has to be found. Otherwise, it's just a draw. After rook takes a4, it is immediately game on. She played rook e4. She did not play even rook a8 check, what I was suggesting. Dear friends, rook a8 check, king g7, and rook e4 now. And on f5 to take on d4 with some hopes, let's say so, with some hopes. But instead of that, she played rook takes a4 immediately. I mean, rook e4 immediately, and on f5 she just took on d4, and after rook f1. This is a position, but here is nothing to analyze with the extra rook. I think she already resigned or not. No, she's still playing, but no point here at all.
I think she thought that no matter what, it will be the bishop on f1 will be taken from black. So that's why she didn't choose the other. She resigned.
Okay, so only one game. No, actually here is also everything clear. That's it, Sandra. Alexandra Zhreptsova, that's the only one game which is in progress and makes some sense, but not a big one. Only some of the sense.
Let me check standings. First war still in progress.
Yeah,
so
but
Anastasia
completely
Hnatyshin, 7.5. If it will be a draw as we expect,
and it will be, I guarantee.
Okay, then we have two leaders, Sabrina Vega and Anastasia, with 7.5 points out of 9 games. And then we will have
not too
Mai
much players,
Narva,
by the way.
Badelka,
Not too much players there
Claudia,
also.
Eileen on 7 points, yes? And then, okay, some of them with 6.5 and 6 points, and yeah.
Okay, so I think we don't have a move here. We don't have a move. We have a move on the first board. Eileen Roberts played king g3. Vega has 3 minutes. So still, it's clear that black wants to do the draw. So here rook b5, yeah, just trade the pawns as much as possible. So rook b5 was much better. Just to make less pressure, nothing else. I'm not saying that b5 is a bad move, but here is kind of much more easier. Why to put the pawn on b5, which is hanging later somewhere? King g3. Now she is thinking. Of course, there is not a big trouble. Black can play even king d7. I mean, just wait. Yeah, king g3 is not doing much. It's not like it's doing anything because the rook is trapped. Yeah, if the rook wants to go somewhere, it has to go on e4, and in that case, that b4 pawn is hanging, right?
Right.
So I can just take on e4, f takes e4, take this, take on b5, and king e6. King g4, king f6. And let's
E5.
look at each other's eyes. So she played the move. I don't know what move she played. She played e6, which is also very obvious. Just in case black needs to play king e7, it is on the table immediately. So all good here. All good. All good, I mean, it is just a draw. Yeah, there is nothing much to review here. Nurgyul Salimova played knight h3. Here what we were considering? We were considering knight d3 here. Yes, we were considering this move.
Yeah, but knight
Which
h3 obviously works also very
yes,
good.
knight h3 also works. As king takes h3 does not work because of queen h1 check, king g4. Not f5? Why not? f5. It's just a checkmate. King g5. Just winning, yeah. Okay, so knight h3, white has to play rook e5. Just take. Knight is trapped. Knight is trapped. It could be the chance.
Well, I guess
white.
there is.
Okay, if I am black, I will play knight d3 here for sure, as it is so clear, you know, so clear. King g2 and knight e1, it's super clear. But anyway, of course, position is winning. So here we have the move. King f2, rook d5. It means they are ready for agreement. And we did not have rook e5. Laura missed that chance. It will be just interesting. It should be interesting if she played rook e5, just to double check Nurgul's focus. She played f4. f4 is absolutely losing after bishop takes f4. It's just a checkmate there, the forcing checkmate. On king h3 it is a checkmate immediately, queen f1, king g4 and f5. And on king g2 it is a checkmate also, queen g1 check, king f3, queen f1, king g4 and the same thing.
f5. Yeah, if Lela loses this game, it will be first lost game for her on this tournament.
Not if, I think so, that there is no if anymore. Bishop f4 check is on the board, so
Okay, when Laura loses her game, which will happen most probably very soon,
yeah, time to say goodbye.
she will stay on 6 points. It was a great chance for all players who were on 6 points to jump to 7 points, and then there are and there are a lot of chances.
Here Miriam is taking
just
her
two more in next 2 rounds, but
here Miriam is taking her time, but I think it is more taken because she realized that the position is draw. No options work for her to win the game, so I think here also will be I mean, the game will be over soon with the agreement on draw. So what is interesting we have here? Nothing much actually. This is a position that we have on the first board. Knight e5. This is what Vega played. Wow. Nice tactic. So in case of rook g5, there will be knight d3 check. And let's play this position, I don't mind. Obviously it has to be draw, but still I don't mind. So you see, she blundered that move. Eileen Roberts blundered knight e5. She blundered knight e5. She has to play rook g3 now, rook d2 check.
king g.
Yeah, something
One,
like that. G4. F takes g4, rook d4. What a game!
And then to
Bishop
capture
f3
on
and
b4.
king e7. And
king
then,
e7.
I mean, first to catch that pawn. And
Yeah,
then
this pawn on b4 cannot be protected soon.
It will be amazing if Sabrina will start playing on victory here.
There is a resignation.
Laura, right?
Exactly. Sixth
Laura
board.
lost against Nurgyul.
Yeah.
And Nurgyul Salimova is back. She is back. She is back. Back is back. Okay.
Back.
Rook d2 check.
Oh, wow.
Sabrina is on fire.
And she's ready to stay there and
Yeah.
to work hard to try.
No,
even
she's
to win
able.
the
If
game.
there is a chance, she is able to win. Or to press, at least. She's able to do. Here we have the move from Mariam. And what did she do? She did rook e8 check. Okay, she's trying to knight h5, yes. But. By the way, here white has only one move. That's interesting, but I mean, we could not get out from this pin. So that's why we have to react. Otherwise, knight g7 is just winning the game. And the only move is king d6, but actually very simple move.
As king cannot go to f5
Yeah, anywhere
because
else.
of knight g7
Yeah,
and
anywhere else. For example, on king f5, there will be knight g7, king f6, knight e6, king f7, and knight c7. And when white captures this, okay, they are getting back the material, but losing the game by promotion of the
Vega
pawn.
didn't play g4. I think she
No?
went for rook b2 immediately without using opportunity for this intermediate move g4.
Yeah, but g4 was much better, yeah, because here just take, oops, not this, mouse slip, just take on g5, and when black captures, then just king goes.
Wherever I can play even king d2 if I'm.
Yeah, I mean, any of them. Yeah. Here I don't think that white is risking anything, yeah. g4 was the only chance, but very unpleasant chance, by the way. Ah, no, king e1 was in the game. How g2? We played king g1 when we were analyzing. Here, how to play g4. Ah, so Elin made
It's a
the
more
correct
precise move.
Yes.
King e1, exactly.
Yeah, king e1, exactly king e1, no king g1, yeah. And after rook b2, take on g5, take on b4. Now just the king moves and that's it. Just a draw. Let's see. Let's see how long they will try their best. So we have some moves. King d2, king f2, rook, king f2. Yes, king f2. Maybe once check, but then it's king e3. And I'm not sure that check is on my side. Maybe rook c4 immediately. Yes, she did rook c4, right? Yes. She did rook c4. So just g4, b4. Rook g8, knight d7. Otherwise, if the rook stays there, that's it. Rook a8, b3. Rook a6 check.
King
has to stay at
e7,
the
yes,
pawn. Yeah?
it's fine.
King e7.
Rook
a5.
a5. Okay, I
To
thought rook
put here
a7.
on b5.
I want it on b7.
That makes sense also. That
Okay.
makes sense.
It's same.
Yeah. So king d6, the b7, and knight c5, but just agree on draw. There's
Rook
nothing much here.
g8, a limp plate. She just made a
Rook
move.
g8 may be even better than g4.
Just to be sure.
b4, rook b8. Knight d7, rook b5. Knight c5. King e3. Dead draw.
The draw. Knight d7, Vega plate. After
Knight
rook g8.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at Alexandra.
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 Yeah, king d6 was played, which is the
Rook
only but the
e8.
best move.
So will she go on e7 or she will go back on e5? That's a question. Actually, not a big deal where she goes. Not a big. She went to e7.
The difference is this way I attack
Now
the
rook
rook,
d4.
but I have
And on rook g1, I'm giving up that pawn, but it's not a problem. Knight f4, bishop takes g4, knight d3, and I'm taking that back. Bishop f3, king b6, and rook d1 does not make any sense because of just a simple king c5, and that pawn is still hanging. On rook d2, I will play even a5. Okay, what are we analyzing now? It's kind of nonsense. Yeah, it's just a dead draw. Okay, first board. Rook g8, knight d7. Here could happen something. We are still in studio because of this game. Because here definitely could happen something. Elin is thinking.
she wants to play king e3, I guess. It's never bad to activate the king in the end game. Always good
King
option,
e3.
unless when it doesn't
b4,
work.
yeah. And now rook g4 is very strong. Very strong. Okay,
She's
how to say
waiting
it's
for
very
this.
strong, but yeah, it's strong. And on knight f6, of course, taking on b4 does not work because of knight d5 fork, but just rook c4. And as rook is in the game, then that's just a draw. Okay, but let's see. Still, you know, some threats. So it is already good. Vega created some threats. So here always is better to play with the knight than with the bishop, because knight is a tricky guy. With the bishop, there are
Very
less
tricky
tactics.
guy. Especially after 5 hours of playing.
Definitely, and in the time travel. In the time travel. Which will start soon. Couple minutes here, couple minutes there, and that's it. You are in the time pressure. Yeah, now it's not so easy, you know. It's unpleasant when you just go on g8. Now you have to go back on g4, and after knight f6, you could not even capture that pawn. Psychologically, it's not an easy decision. King d2 seems like a best move, but I don't think she will do king d2.
Well,
It's just the best option.
yes, because
King d2 is just...
king is cut it off
Yeah.
from the rook, so I don't see a lot of sense.
After b3,
although it's the best move,
yeah,
but
then there
as
is
you
rook
mentioned,
g4.
it's just hard to make this move over the board. But she will.
She's going to do.
She
Yeah.
is going to do.
Yeah, that's correct. King d2 and then rook g4.
Well done. King d2.
If black plays b3, then it will be rook g4. Now maybe rook d5 to bite again. But is it a threat actually on g4? I think it's not even the threat.
It's not
Yeah,
because
there is
of
a
rook d8.
check. So what did I bite? It's unclear. I bite myself. So yeah, we are jumping around the dead draw position, but still jumping as we have the knight on the board, and it's a best jumper. Vega is thinking, taking her time. Let's take a look what she will create, what she will do. She's trying to find out the chances to win. Definitely, she is trying that. So I was absolutely wrong when I was saying that in that position when she played b5. I'll just go to that position. I was absolutely wrong to say that just do the draw. It seems like Vega is trying to win somewhere. I mean, it's a tricky mentality. You know, who knows? Maybe opponent will do the mistake and you can win. Okay, now here she played b3. Sorry, let's go.
She pushed the pawn to b3.
Yeah, and rook g4. Now after rook g4, It's not even possible to bite. Rook d5 could be done, king c3. King c3 is the only move, by the way. Otherwise, it is just losing because of that pin. So
Knight
king
c5,
c3,
knight e5.
take on d3, take on d3, knight
Knight
e5.
e5.
King c3, take on g4, take. King e5, take on b3, king f4. King c3, take on g4.
King d4.
King d4, yes. And on king f4 there will be g3 checky. And that's it. Elin is thinking best option seems rook g8. Rook g4, not rook g8, rook g4.
And she will find it. Rook has to come to b file, and it's,
I think
it's
when she did
impossible
king
to
d2,
b8.
she is
but
already ready for that.
Yeah.
And here you are.
Rook g4. Now let's see.
So after rook g4, rook d5, king c3, let's consider knight e5 move. Rook d4.
Rook d5 on the board.
Rook takes d4, king takes d4, b2, bishop c2. And unfortunately, we don't have enough resources to bite again. Yeah. And we have draw there, right? On the board
Right.
number 10, or what was that? Yes, board number 10.
As expected.
Yes, they just agreed on draw. So today we have kind of shorter games.
You think so?
Yeah, we don't have full 5 hours, and yesterday it was more. It was 5.5 hours, something like that. We ended up about 8:25 local time. Here, this game in progress, and it will end up also soon. Ah, no, it was not yesterday. It was the day before
Yes.
yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. you know.
Exactly. Yesterday,
Yeah, yesterday we ended up. It's
Yeah,
a little bit even earlier than
because it
today.
was clear from some point that
Yeah.
Vega will just win the game and
Definitely,
convert. So, advantage.
Definitely. No, the critical moment, Sandra. It's a critical moment because any other moves is losing. So, for example, king e2 is losing because of knight e5. Rook g5 only move, and then b2.
King c3 is logical move.
Very logical.
I don't want to go to e2. There is a pawn on b file, and pawn is on third
And we
rank,
just
and-
went to d2, right?
Yes,
So why to go
exactly. So
back?
king
So
c3, and
c3
she
is
will
only-
play king c3, I can bet.
Yes.
I don't think.
That's a fact.
By the way, it's 1-1. Yesterday I won in our bet. You said it will be a draw, and
Which
Sabrina.
game?
Sabrina won a game. You remember? Against Arabidze.
I said draw.
Yes.
Or it was different game.
No, it was that game. It was
on,
early.
you are tricking me
early
now.
part of the game. No, I'm not tricking you. We will
Okay.
check.
Oh,
But I
we
just
have
wanted
records.
to remind you.
We have records. Yeah, we can check. Okay, so there is nothing to bet, unfortunately, right now, as king c3 is the only move, and Elin will play that move.
Then knight e5 will come. Rook d4 is the only move, and they will enter to this pawn endgame,
Yeah.
which is quite forced. And
King c3 was made. So what's going on knight c5 after king c3? Is there any point still? Rook d4. It just goes to the same thing. Rook takes d4, king takes d4, and just where and how to do anything. Too few pawns on the board. So this is the last moment where Vega is thinking. I think so. There will not be anything more to think in this game. This is the only moment where she is checking all options. Maybe somewhere she could create a problem, but there is actually no problem for white in this position. They are good. That's just a dead draw.
yes, I think she's just checking these two moves, knight e5 and knight c5, and trying to find out what is the difference and which one works better or which one is more unpleasant for Elin, and it gives more chances for white to blunder something.
Let's say She does not have a lot of time. She does not have a lot of time.
She's going for rook d3, but it's obvious that it's a draw.
You think she will take this?
No, I'm just thinking. Well, she was pressing. Obviously, she was trying from some point of the game to win the game. But now we are closer and closer to a
draw.
Exactly.
Vega.
Elin is sitting she's very calm and she looks like that she's 1% sure what she's doing and that the game will end in the draw. Sometimes it's not everything as it looks like, but I think she's
it's
aware
definitely
of
that
it
Vega is trying to find something, but you see that Elin is absolutely confident. And okay, what to say? What to say in the position when it is just a draw? There is nothing to say, just a handshake, and then prepare for the next round. What else? There is no more options there. She will use her time till the end, I think so. At least 2 minutes she will think here, and then she will do the move. As the draw is in the pocket for black, so there is no worries here about the time. Even if she will do the move on last seconds. Rook takes d3 is immediately making the draw. So we already considered all options, and our decision is there is no chance to create any troubles. Now let's see what is Vega's decision.
Okay. She will react soon as she has just 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock. So sooner better.
Yeah, now I see that she realized that there is nothing much there. There is nothing much happening in the play. Yes, that's a draw sign. It was like, okay, draw. Yep. And time goes. Now the only target she has is to be on time to do the next move. Does not matter when, even for the last second. There is no more point in this position. It's just a draw.
Yeah.
And she
rook
took on
d3.
d3. Now I think it will be the proposal from any of the side.
I think they will play till the end. Just
for fun.
exactly.
Just relax and play. But another score sheet. Are not they lazy for that? You know, I'm sometimes lazy when I had these moments that to have another score sheet and the position is super clear, I was just ending up the game. Yeah.
Before another score sheet comes. Yeah. Exactly.
So king e5 has to be, yes. Now has to be what? Maybe even g3 makes sense, and on king f6, then take to be original, you know. King g5 and king d3 now.
King
Okay.
b3, Valerie.
Just
Without
fantasies.
g3.
That was just me kidding. Yep, okay, so guys, what about rest? Or they have to play till the king versus king. They could even promote. Both of them, they can promote. So they can play a little bit there. King c2. No, they couldn't. In this case, they could not promote.
No. King
That's
d3.
it. King d2 even, yeah, does not matter.
Yeah, either.
And black could not promote. King d3, but still, yours work better. Okay, guys. We need somebody to fix the draw.
What is Vega thinking now?
Oh, Vega is just relaxing now. I don't have the new move on the board, but it was King D3. Yeah, here we are. King F4.
She wants to. Okay, G3, yes.
No, King E2, I think so.
I
She
can
will
also
King
play
E2.
pawn to G3. It's.
Yes, but in that
clear
case, King
draw.
F3, and she will
And
continue playing.
Then I go King D4, and you don't have King F4.
You are correct. Yeah, that's a little bit strange, you know. That's sitting and looking at this position and mostly thinking. King D4 immediately. Was it necessary? E5, definitely.
Now she will go back.
Even King D5 is draw, you know, because in case of
G4,
E4,
yes.
no, just
No.
King D4, and then King
Yeah,
D3, there is no F3 square.
G4 push.
Okay, it seems like we are at the end of today's round. But let's take a look till the end. I want to see the handshake.
She goes King D4. She doesn't
Yes.
want. Okay, it's nice way to finish the game.
Where is the arbiter? I'm calling the arbiter.
Arbiters are there, and they are waiting. Trust me, for this game to be finished.
Okay, so that's it. Today's broadcast is over. We have a lot of actions today, a lot of things. So happy birthday one more time to you,
Thank you,
Sandra.
Valerie.
I wish you all the best. And thank you also for watching us, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.